Welcome to Red Star down in Burnett and 183 Research down in Austin, Texas. We are here at a 1-2 match stack, 200 to 1,000, no limit Holdem with Nick. How you doing today, Nick?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Dustin? Let's see, we're jumping straight into a hand. Looks like there was a... showing a call and a 3-bet. Yeah, it's a little hard to follow the action while we're just jumping in here.
Charles with pocket jacks.
Charles with pocket jacks, and it looks like he's being called in 2 spots by Carl and Kim with 3-4. They both flop bottom pair. Looks like Charles is... Looks like there's been a bet by Carl, and Charles is raising him. Looks like a bet of 55. And let's raise a 150.
Carl goes away with bottom pair and back to a flush draw.
And Charles is going to take this one down with an overpair. Players are just sort of easing in. They've had a little while, but I think they're starting to sort of feel each other out and get a poker game going. Button is on the 8 seat right now. Got some trash in the muck. Charles is going to look down to see a suited gapper, which is generally hand he finds interesting, but he throws it away. The button looks like it's going to open for a pretty standard raise to 15 with a suited Jack-9. Kim is in there with some unsuited straightening cards. Calls to see a flop, which comes 10-7 deuce, which gives both of them a gut shot. Jacob is in the lead at the moment with Jack high. Oh, sorry, it's a queen deuce 7 flop. We're still figuring out a little bit. So I am still figuring out a little bit where to look. But he takes it down with a continuation bet. Kim doesn't flop anything, and shows you the power of position. Button is now Adam, the 9. And these chips, are we playing knit game? What are we playing? Looks like we're playing the knit game.
Yeah, we're gonna be playing knit game, $10 a person, and the rule is if you win the pot or scoop a bomb pot, you get rid of your chip, and you don't owe the penalty, but you must show your hand in order to get rid of the knit button.
Which is a fun game to play. It drives the action up, and if you get rid of your knit button before other people, you can put them in some interesting spots because you know they're playing wide.
We got a $10 straddle from Carl.
Charles looks down to see a 10-3. He's gonna put that in the muck. Steve folds. Gotcha. I'll be cognizant. Shreyan sees a pocket pair, and he raises to 30 with the sailboats. Adam folds his button. Kim looks down to see 7s. She's going to be in there. She just calls. Carl has a nice suited Broadway hand. He calls to see a flop. So we're going 3 ways. The pot's going to be about $90. And it looks like Carl takes the lead here. But Kim is going to bet it. That's at 40 with the 7s. Generally, a flop like that's going to be pretty good for a pre-flop raiser. High cards, a lot of times are in their range. Carl, of course, called. Turn comes a 5 of diamonds, giving Carl middle pair open-ended and a diamond draw, which is a pretty potent draw. He's going to bet out to see where he's at, put some pressure on Kim to fold, which she does with the 7. She doesn't have anything to stay in with. And he'll take it down. Probably about $252.
Bomb pot, guys. Bomb pot.
I think he forgot to show his hand.
I think
Still
so
in the
too.
game.
I think so. I think so. Maybe he's preserving the mystery, Dustin. He wants people to think he's in there bluffing with nothing, or he might have forgotten. That's the other option.
I think he forgot.
Yeah, he probably forgot. But
I mean, there are probably some spots where you wouldn't want to show your hand, but already being on a live stream, they're gonna see it anyways. You might as well just.
that's true. That's true. Looks like we have a bomb pot now, which is, for those of you unfamiliar, it is a double board pot limit Omaha game where the pot is split between the top board and the bottom board. Let's see. Yeah. Looks like we have a king. Gotcha. The first board is for no button. All right. Let's see. It's a little bit hard to see both flops here.
Yeah, we got a delay on the graphics.
Yeah, no worries. All right. So we see a 6-7-9 and an 8-7-4, two flops which have a high degree of overlap, which means there's going to be a concentration of nuttage. People will have very nutted hands on both boards, which is very interesting. We see here we got Jacob who flopped the nuts on the bottom board. Has a pair and a good shot. We got gotcha. And we have Chad here with top sets. We see the percentage breakdowns. Chad is drawn against Jacob on the one board, but he is ahead on the other.
Yeah, and these bomb pots, when there's like 6 hands out there, especially 4 cards, it's so hard to see who flopped what. It's probably best just to look at the percentage real quick at the flops, and you find out who really smashed flops.
Yeah, and you can see now most people cleared out of the way, so we've sort of consolidated down to the real hands. Chad has made a boat with running 4s, so he has 4s full of 9s. Jacob flopped the straight, and the board did not pair or flush, so he's probably going to, Yeah, and we're going to have a chop pot here with the straight and the boat.
So, the scoop in the bomb pot gets you out of the game.
All right, the button is moved around the table. It's in the 1.
Need some overtime here, huh, Adam? Let's go. Please. Stop in a bucket. Then we can back it up with homegrown and artisanal. Did you bet on the second half of the Texas game?
A lot of these players have played with each other many hands, so they've got good feel for how the other players play. Which, it's always a good dynamic for a live stream. Charles limping under the gun with the king deuce suited. Zag in the 6th spot. Mucks. Now Jacob looks down to ace jack suited and makes it 15. Looks like Adam is going to call with a suited connector. He also has clubs, but his clubs are dominated. And Kim is going to complete. Call the button for her position. We see a flop of 7 deuce 10 rainbow. Charles flop bottom pair, and no one else really has much of a piece of that. They both check over to Adam, who bets out with his position. And looks like he is going to take it down. Charles did not want to continue with bottom pair there. The only real draws he had were backdoor. And so aggression and position, as always, have value.
This dude's definitely not making both. Okay, I'm taking that he does make both? Yeah, sure. Let's go. Let's go, Adam. Who won that Texas softball game?
Seeing Zag in 6th spot raise with the ace king, big slick. Standard raise.
It was 3-0, and then UCLA was threatening late.
Charles is on the button with 8-9. Makes the call. Actually, he's not on the button. My apologies. He's in the big one. He just completes. It was discounted to him. Comes a flop with ace or king 9-10. Charles is flop bottom pair. Zag is flop top pair.
There it is.
Charles bets. Steve calls. And the turn is a 9. A disguised 9, a little bit. Steve probably unlikely to think that Charles is betting bottom pair, but his king has been downgraded, so he just calls, keeping the pot small. And the river is another king. And so you saw there Steve hit one of those last 2 kings in the deck. And Charles is going to keep betting, and I imagine at this point Steve is going to raise for value. He doesn't think Charles has king 10. He wants to extract as much as he can, hoping that Charles has a 9, and in this case he does, meaning he will probably get paid if it's a reasonable size bet. So the pot, let's see, it was about... It's difficult for me to say right now, but 15, 30... So it was about 75 when Charles bet 75, and Steve is going to raise about the size of the pot, which is a good-sized raise. Charles is going to have a dilemma with his 9s. It's going to be difficult for him to get away with it. Steve doesn't bluff a lot, but there are hands in his range that he could get to the river with, thinking are good, and Charles has a boat. It's hard to fold boats. Boats are tough to make. They're great. We've sailed around the world on boats. Boats have been good.
Another thing is not many people fold boats.
That's what I'm implying, Dustin. Yeah, it's tough to fold a boat.
Zag called.
But Charles is sensing something. Charles is sensing something. He's thinking. He gets away from it. He put Steve on a king. He got the right decision. Steve raised before the flop. He stayed in there on the flop after Charles bet bottom pair. A king was very much in Steve's range there, and Charles makes the good read and lays down 9s full there. And Steve scoops the pot, and we'll move on to the next one. And it turns out that Charles decided not to go boating today, and that was a good move by him. It's rainy outside. Charles, you would have not enjoyed sailing. Look down at the action, and Shreyan, I believe our youngest player, he says that he's 18. We believe him. I think we've looked at an ID. We've proved it. He sees a suited ace and decides to raise under the gun to 12.
Bomb pots do not count for net game.
It's called by Adam, who has position on him with a king 3 suited, hoping to flop a flush. And Chad just calls with 9s. Chad has position on both of them. A lot of the time that's a 3-bet, but you can mix in your 3-bet and flatting. He's hoping to... Well, he was hoping to flop a big pin, but now he's got a little bit of a problem because Adam has flopped trips, and that looks like a very favorable flop for Chad with pocket 9s. And Shreyan has also flopped a gut shot. So all 3 of them have a little piece of this flop. It looks like it was checked at Adam, who bet, and
Scoops do count. Yeah, scoops do count, but quarters don't.
And Chad makes a raise with his overpair, and Adam just smooth calls.
I thought that was just.
Turn is a diamond, completing the flush. They both check. Now the river is a jack of hearts. Adam is showing us the best hand. It looks like Chad is checked to him. Adam bets. Chad calls with his overpair. It's tough to get away from those. He might have thought he was up against a flush. Trips are certainly possible, but with overpairs are strong hands, he decides to make the call there. And Adam is going to take down a pot with trip 3s.
Did Chad win that?
Chad did not win that pot. No, Adam had king 3. it's a fun time here at the Red Star. We got a great community of players, good action. Myself and Dustin are back here in the booth today. We always love company if you're around. Look down at the action. Looks like Adam is going to raise it up with a king jack, good old Kojak. It's folded around to Shreyan, who has jacks. He's going to make the 3-bet. Goes to 85 from 15. It's a pretty big 3-bet. He wants to make sure that there are no collars. He gets either heads up or takes the pot down right there. Adam knows that his suited broadways are likely to be dominated, crushed in that situation, especially at that sizing. He lets go. Shreyan takes down a small pot. He was in the small blind, and that is one of the reasons you raise so large out of the small blind. You don't like facing multiple opponents, 6 or 7, or as we call Texas heads up. You don't like facing multiple opponents in the small blind with a pair like jacks. So a large bet there to clear the field or take it down is a good move. Looking down at the action again, our players are shuffling their chips, and Steve looks like he's getting ready for a tea party at the Mad Hatters. Chad looks down at a nice suited gapper, 7-9, my favorite hand, makes it 20. Looks like Kim calls with 10-8. And Adam folds. Jacob makes the call out of the big blind, completes with Queen Jack. Very reasonable. Sometimes you'll 3-bet that, sometimes not. Depends on the configuration. And we come to a flop of 2-10-7, where Kim flops top pair. Chad flops medium pair. Some backdoor draws for both of them. Jacob, some backdoor gutters and some overs. Jacob goes ahead and takes the lead, betting his overs. Chad gets out of the way, and Kim with top pair raises to 40. Jacob makes the call. He's got 1 to a flush or 3 to a flush, possible straighten cards on the turn. If he doesn't hit his queen or 10, just like that, a king comes in. Jacob is up and down, and he's not going anywhere on this turn. I promise you that. Doesn't know what Kim has, but could include a 10. He's saying maybe he has a king. He bets out for 75, and Kim just calls again. River is a brick, a 4. Jacob does not hit his up and down draw, does not make a pair. He is first to act. So in this situation, he can't win unless he makes a bet. So the question is, does he wave the white flag? And it looks like he does. He thinks Kim is likely to call him down with a 10. He checks, and Kim is probably going to check behind, show her 10, and win the pot. That's indeed what happens. Betting with the 10 there for thin value, you're hoping you get called by a worse 10. 10-8 is a medium-ish 10. Limped hands all the time would be 8-9, or 9-10, etc. Probably a good decision to just check there and see if you're beating the missed draws there, and she's good. Alrighty. Clem, our dealer, has had a bum leg for a while, and we hope for a speedy recovery for Clem. Fortunately, he seems to be walking much better. But if you see him, make sure you encourage him and let him know that he looks a little gimpy. You can always compliment sandwich. Action is going around the table. Carl has seen an ace-5, a suited ace-5. It's a very powerful hand, actually. One of the stronger hands as opposed to middling aces. Good for 3-betting, etc. He raised it, and Jacob looks down to pocket jacks and is going to raise it to 135. Carl says he's gonna play a pot. He just calls with the ace-5, hoping to hit an ace, flop a wheel, flop a draw, etc. He's not sure what Jacob has, but ace-5 plays well, takes flops well.
He might be trying to get rid of his knit button too. See that yellow dot by his name?
That is also a very important point that they are playing the knit game right now, so that means you're a little wide. Carl's flopped a gut shot and an over here with a backdoor flush draw. He's going to bet out. There's one over to the jacks for Jacob. He sees the king, king, queen, ace, king are very possible hands for Carl to be on. This is a good hand for him to represent. And by checking the flop, he gave Carl the opportunity to bet. But Jacob says, I think my jacks are good here. He pushes it all in. And Carl has an easy decision. He only has 45 to call. He's got enough equity in this hand that he kind of has to, even though he just has ace high. He's got a couple of fours and some aces, as well as the possibility of running diamonds.
I always appreciate when somebody can see all the possibilities like that.
It's important to every hand to have that sort of imagination. Dustin, I agree. And right away, Carl, no waiting, spikes a 4, hits the gut shot, and Jacob is drawn dead. He'll scoop that hand and get rid of his knit button, and as we all know, that's just what happens when you have jacks. But that's actually a lie. I'd like to defend jacks sort of to the public. There's nothing wrong with jacks. They're a great hand. They're just not aces, kings, or queens. There's lots of great times you want to go all in with jacks. Lots of times that you need to play jacks a little more softly. They're just a pair. All pairs are just one pair, people.
Well, today you actually want queens, so you can make quad queens for 200.
That's a very important point. The hand you want is queens, because winning jackpot, sweepstakes, and bonuses are the most important thing. We all know this as poker players. It's great to play well. It's good to be lucky.
Have you hit any of the bonuses, the promotions?
I have tried my hardest. I've had pocket fives on the day we had fives. I watched Adam just effortlessly hit quads with them 2 hands previously. I said I'm going to do the same thing. I raised up, and nothing happened, Dustin. I've never managed to hit a bonus. Alrighty. Looking down at another hand. It looks like Chad's got what we call the wet diaper under the gun. He's going to throw away that trash. Carl, similarly, bad cards. Charles looks down at a 5-7. They do all have the knit buttons in front of them, so some of these hands start to look a little more attractive, especially in late position. But Treyan looks down, sees a real hand, King Jack. That's a perfectly good hand to open with, especially from the cutoff. Raises it to 7. Sort of a standard 3x raise. A lot of the younger players are very GTO. And it's called by Jacob in the blind there, on the button there with ace 5. Kim calls with her 8-10. Go to a flop. A flop of queen, queen 10. And Kim flops a pair here. 2 pair, actually. Queens and 10s. She's going to bet out. Shran is open-ended, unlikely to go anywhere for that $15 bet. An ace, a 9, or a king, even a jack in this case, makes him the best hand. He's got a lot of overs to a 10. He knows that. Jacob calls with the ace. The turn hits Shran right in the nuts, which is a good thing in poker. He turns a king high straight. There's still a paired board. There's still he still doesn't have the absolute nuts, but it's a very strong hand. Kim bets 35, and Shran's deciding what to do now with his straight. He makes a raise here. This is a very wet board. It's a very dynamic board. Anyone with a queen, just one queen, would be drawing to a boat. Anyone with 2 diamonds would have a flush draw. Anyone with a jack would possibly be drawing to time. So you want to protect that hand. And that big raise is going to force out these lesser hands. If someone had a queen or a big flush draw, they might have called. Tough to do when the board is paired. But when you turn a big hand like that on a very wet board, you want to protect it. And that's what Shran does. Takes the hand down, scoops the pot.
2-2, yeah. 50 bones. Lost 50 bones.
You also want to get value from your queens and your draws. You want to charge them. The goal is to make the most money. Alrighty. So it looks like we're going to have another bomb pot. Bomb pots are they're a recent invention. They were not around when I was cutting my teeth back in the day. They provide a lot of action for the game, though. They really spice things up, and it allows players who play pretty tight to gamble with these sort of big, massive draws and splash around.
What I really love about bomb pots is it got everybody introduced to PLO.
That is definitely true. And speaking of which, we're looking at the bomb pot flops. We see that Steve here flopped top set on one board, has some little bit of runner equity on the other, and it looks like no, Chad has an ace on the bottom with a gut shot and runner flush draws, so he's going to be in there. He also has a gut shot on the other board. So he's got some equity both ways, which is the best way to play bomb pots. You really don't want to be in a bomb pot playing for lots of money unless you have equity to scoop it.
Though there are spots where you have absolute nuts on one board and you either want to get a bunch of people in there or bluff everyone out on the other side.
That's a very good point, Dustin. Those are the only points you want to. Those are the only times you really want to play bomb pots for your stack. It's really, we talk about GTO and we study a lot, but Super System had a lot of things right. Big pots, big hands. You want big hands for big pots, and you need to have a lot of hand on both boards to be willing to wager everything. Looks like the turn is a jack on both boards, giving Adam and Chad the straight. Adam has a redraw with hearts, and the kings of Steve are still pretty good if he can boat up, but let's see what happens on the river here. Nope. Looks like Broadway is still going to be good on one board, and let's see, do we have two pair for? Oh, and it looks like Chad spiked a wheel, so Chad has pretty double nutty hand right here. He cannot be beat. He has the nuts on both boards, so he will quarter Adam here, who has ace-queen also for Broadway on the top board, but only an ace on the bottom. So that means that Chad will get the entire half for the top board, and they will split the pot that goes to the half of the pot that goes to the bottom board. And this is something that can happen, especially with a lot of straight boards. People can have the same straight or paired boards where people share the same boat cards. When you flop a set, you're generally going to end up with either all of it or none of it. There is always about a minute or two after every big bomb pot where the dealer just divides the pot. And when they get quartered, that means there's usually an extra step. There's some shortcuts. Clem is actually one of the best. He uses the 4-quarter method, which when you see, can scare you if you're not familiar with it, because he's just tossing chips around the table, but he does it very well. The trick is to divide the pot up into quarters and then just assign the quarters correctly instead of using halves. All right, so now the regular Holdem action resumes. Players are looking down, seeing what their hands are. Well,
I mean, it was almost a scoop. Almost. Round it up. It was a quarter. Oh, yes, it went over. What? Okay. All right. Justin is no longer a liar.
See, players folding their trash cards in early position. Generally, you want to play pretty tight from up front. Jacob looks down to an ace-deuce. Makes it 15 from the cutoff. Adam is going to call on the button with his pocket threes. Could definitely see those two hands interacting if we see the right flop. Kim folds 10-7.
Oh, they're not. I thought they might. They're +1.5.
And we go to a flop of ace deuce or 8 deuce 6, 2 hearts. Jacob checks, Adam checks, Adam ahead with his 3s right here. Jack on the turn. Jacob is going to bet out with his jack. Adam calls with his 1 pair, was only $10. River is a 7. Adam is still best with these 3s. Jacob probably knows this and is probably going to make another stab at the river. The 7 is not a card that hits a lot of raising. So, Jacob just waves the white flag there, and it looks like Adam's going to take it down. Not a lot of cards, not a lot of hands he would have raised with the 7 necessarily complete there. 9-10 is certainly a possibility. Bet would have been an interesting play there. You're going to open loose from where Jacob was, and conceivably a lot of hands would have connected with that. The 3s wouldn't have wanted a lot of pressure from, but Jacob just decides to take his ace high equity to the river, and Adam's in there with a pair. Jacob is doing a lot of raising here, especially from late position. Raise it to 14. Chad decides to 3-bet 75. Looks like Kim called in between, so she's now facing a 3-bet from a hand she don't really generally want to call a lot of money with. Jacob's also probably going to let this go. Ace high is not a hand you really want to see a lot, especially offsuit. But he makes the call. He's got the knit button, so that's encouraging him to call wide. And he's going to be ahead some of his times with ace high. King, queen might be in there. Flop is 7-9 deuce. Neither of them really flop much. Check, check. Goes around to the turn. Another club. Jacob has the ace of clubs, and Chad has the king of clubs. They both have the opportunity to make a flush. River is a jack. It gets checked through, and now just whoever has the best hand is going to win it. It's too small, really, for this pot to be bluffed at. 172. Chad's going to win it with his top pair. It looks like the knit game is down to Charles and Jacob. So they are going to be in a lot of pots until the game is over to avoid paying the $10 penalty. Sometimes that can be more expensive, but less fun to just pay the penalty. Don't want that.
Yeah, at this point, the 2 that are heads up, if they're ever in the pot, they can kind of consider extra 70 in the pot.
That is a good way of thinking of it. I don't know that Charles is looking at the pot odds of that invisible 70, but Charles likes to win. And Adam here has a pocket pair, 5s. He's going to raise 15 to juice the pot, to not be so multi-way, to disguise his 5s. He's getting called in 2 spots by lower pairs. All of them are sort of set mining, but Adam has the lead since he is raised. He also has the best hand in this particular situation. Flop is 7, queen, jack, help to no one. A lot of cards, though, that people might have called with, so Adam wants to check that flop. Goes check through again. Check through on the turn. And since this is a pot that Charles is in, I'm surprised to see him not stab at it since Mr. Kim is not, or since Jacob is not in the pot. Good chance to get rid of his knit button. But instead he goes check, check on the river, and Adam will take it down with his 5s. If I was Charles, I might have taken a stab at that pot for a couple of reasons. One, he has best bluffing position from up front. And 2, he has that knit button, and the other guy with the knit button is not in the hand. So that's a good opportunity for you to get rid of the knit button and get some money from the other guy.
5-3 deuce flop. Wow. That would have been good for TV. Great.
players are looking down, deciding whether they want to play. Looks like we got a bunch of junk up front. Then we got, again, the 7-9 suited. Kim's gonna limp along. It's a nice hand to see a flop with. It flops very well. Carl has a queen jack of diamonds, decides to raise it up to 15. It looks like Charles and Kim are both in there with the ace-4 and the 7-9. Flop is ace-10-3. Charles flops top pair. Carl has a gut shot with backdoor flush draw. Kim is in there with only hopes and dreams at the moment. And the turn hits Carl, giving him a pair and a gutter. Oh, no, the turn. Yeah. It's a much better turn for Charles, though, since he has the nut flush draw to go along with his ace. So a lot of Charles's outs. Oh, there we go. It's a brick on the river. A lot of Carl's outs would have been dirty. Carl doesn't know, of course, that Charles has a flush draw there. But if he hit a jack of clubs, or even worse, maybe the king of clubs, Carl probably would have lost a medium to large size pot. But instead, Carl's trying to take it down with a. Charles is betting 20, and Carl's going to call this middle pair and see what's going on. Oh, it looks like Carl elects to raise. It's a small raise. It's only $50 more. Can't imagine. Well, Charles lets it go. Charles says, you might have a better ace. You might have turned a gutter ball. But Charles lets go of the ace on the river for a small raise there. Charles must have just put Carl in a better hand and didn't want to pay him off. Unusual to fold an ace in that particular spot. A lot of draws missed. And when that happens, you're more likely to pay off with your medium strength hands. Players who bluff cannot win unless they bluff, which means to win you have to call. We have a limped pot here. I think we're going 4-way to the flop. And looks like no one hits anything on that 8-8-5 flop. Ace high is massively ahead in these situations where you have paired boards and no one connects. But Shreyan bets out 5, sort of a tester bet, see if he can take it down. Gets called in 2 spots, and Jacob has 2 overs. Kim has reasonably 2 overs to a 5. If someone has an 8, they'll find out. So they make the call. It turns a king, and now Jacob is in the lead. Shreyan continues to bet. He's got absolute air here, and Jacob has the best hand, so he's gonna come along, and he has an opportunity to lose his nit button as well. The turn is a 9. No help for Shreyan. He was drawing dead, but he's gonna maybe try and take the pot away. It's a small pot. It's not much to bluff at, but every dollar counts. So Shreyan is going to take a stab representing that 8, see if he can get Jacob to fold a king. We've seen Jacob make a lot of calls. I don't think that he's going to fold top pair, especially for such a small bet. Not quite the size of the pot. And in wherever there can be sort of an absolute sense, he calls, shows his king. He will scoop the pot, and he will also lose his nit button, which means Charles is going to be the loser of this nit game and forced to pay out the penalty. So everyone gets a Coke and a coffee on Charles. $10 to all the players, I think, is how that works. I don't know what you can buy for $10 these days. What can you buy for? You can buy nothing for $10. Life is expensive, and someone should fix that. Here you see Charles being Santa, just sending out the presents. And he's going to have Clem act as Santa's little helper here. Charles, we like to help Charles with his chip sometimes. Got to help our friends.
Yeah, here Nick game's not really appropriate. He wasn't knitting it up. He just didn't win any of those pots.
I would agree with that. Charles is a player who likes to play a lot of hands, and so he's not a nit. He just didn't win any hands during that nit game. He's in there. I think Charles also enjoys the social aspect a lot more. He enjoys being at the club. I think the nit game's just a little seasoning here for him. Here we see Kim with pocket kings, making it $20. Charles calling with his nines, or Charles calling with his ace-5. Adam calling with his nines. Looks like Kim also has position on Adam this flop, which is interesting. They both flop is a 7, queen 5, and both Adam and Kim have hearts. Kim has an overpair with her hearts, the king of hearts, a higher heart, so she is flopped pretty well in this hand. But Adam has a pair, and he has a heart, so he's going to see what the turn brings. And the turn is another heart, so they both turn flushes. Kim has the king high flush. Adam has the 9 high flush with a gut shot to the straight flush. Kim's going to be a little bit scared of the ace, but with the king in there, it's difficult to see her getting away. Sure enough, Adam bets the 9, sees where he's at, gets a call from Kim, and it's going to go check on the river. Neither of them didn't want to inflate the pot much at that point. Adam knows he's probably beat when he gets that call. So Kim takes down a nice $500 pot. We have, obviously in the camera, a great view of the tops of our players. Sometimes I think we to see their faces. I think we're working on that. Is that what we're doing? But, there we go. Yeah, it's good to take a look at them as they're going through the action. Looks like Kim is going to limp her. Oh no, she raises her 10s, hoping to sort of get a little spike. Chad looks down, sees ace queen, and 3 bets right away. And in that situation, it's a very tight configuration. Kim was in early position. She raised in early position. That means she's generally going to have a strong hand. And Chad 3-better right afterwards, which is going to clear out the blinds. Someone without a really strong hand is going to get out of the way. Go down to a flop of king jack 8. That generally favors the 3-better. It's a good flop for 3-bet hands. But it looks like it goes check. Chad flopped ace high, doesn't want to be too aggressive with it. After it checks the turn, looks like it's going to go check on the river, and Kim's going to take it down with the 3s. There's a little bit nitty for Chad to check there. I'm not gonna lie. That's a flop that strongly favors a 3-better's range. He's gonna have all the combinations of aces, kings, jacks, ace king. Whereas Kim just calling there, it's not gonna have those hands. There's 2 high cards. I think it's usually a good move there to c-bet and apply some pressure with that sort of flop for a 3-bet. We're going to have another bomb pot here, boys and girls. And I am mentally preparing myself for the flurry of cards, equities, percentages, and colors coming my way. And you all should be too. So we look down to a flop of king 9 queen and 5-6 queen. Let's see, both Adam and Chad have flopped a straight. Adam has a redraw on his straight, as well as some interesting backdoors. But went check on the flop. Turn pairs the board on one board. Carl's in there with a wrap. Hoping to straighten out. Dangerous on a paired board. Very dynamic. But Carl's going to draw. Looks like Adam was betting his Broadway. He can improve if a jack or a 10 comes. He can make Broadway. which is always nice to have that little ace to give you a little redraw. And Charles is in there with an overpair. The 5, the trips. He's got strong equity on the other board. It looks like this is probably going to be a chop between Charles and Adam. The river is the 3 of hearts and the 8 of diamonds. It straightens out Carl. And Adam, of course, has the nuts on the other board. Kim also has the exact same straight. So they are both in there with deuce 4, the bottom end of the straight on the paired board. And we will see if they get quartered, if someone can drive someone out. I don't think Adam's going anywhere with his nuts on the top board. But no one wants to be too aggressive because no one has the nuts on the bottom board. So they're all a little wary of the possibility. You can be scooped many ways with a jack 10 and then various other combos. Someone had 5, 6s, queens, all very possible hands. So we don't see a lot of potting and repotting here on the river, it looks like. And yeah, we're gonna see this split pot. This is the type of math action that is fun for people to watch. Seeing pots get spits, but they know what's going on. It's intuitive. It feels good, you know. Not at all confusing.
Can I have something? Sorry, Glenn.
Come on, it's my money you're talking about.
That's it. Like, I was waiting for him to go.
All right, we're gonna look down at another hand. I'm gonna make up a number. Say this is hand 179. We might get hand numbers. It's actually 27 people. 21 there. Gotcha. Well, it's one of those numbers, but it's a hand. We're looking at it. Charles looks down to a king-queen offsuit. It's 2 to him. He is under the gun plus 2. He's probably going to open for a reasonable raise. Yeah, exactly. $12. Pretty standard. Jacob's going to call the button with an ace. And Kim looks down to ace-king suited, one of the big premiums, a suited big slick. It's a very frustrating hand to play sometimes, but it has so much value. One of the best hands. You're very rarely going to be up against aces or kings, and it is often going to be the best hand going to the river. You have the best ace high, so you always put in the 3-bet with that hand. Charles calls. We go to a flop. Flop of deuce 8-7 misses everyone, but Kim is going to bet her best ace high, and Charles with king high is going to let it go. And sometimes ace king just got to not be afraid to bet it if you miss. There's lots of times, especially when your head's up. There's lots of times when ace king is the best hand, and you need to protect it actually. And so that was good play by Kim. The 3-bet, the follow up. Charles folds. Good poker.
If you missed, they probably missed too.
That's true. It is very hard to make a pair, people. It is very hard to make a pair. People think pairs are out there. There are Indians behind every bush with machine guns. Someone's always got the nuts. You gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. You gotta build the pot up. You gotta get the information. You gotta play poker. Fold around to Steve. Makes a saucy wager of $10 with his 4-5 suited. Spicy little suited connector. And Adam is on the button with ace-jack and 3 bets to 35. Kim is going to call with a suited ace. You can always flop the nuts. And Steve is going to call as well, defend his raise. Go to a flop of king, queen, 6. Again, like I was saying earlier, these double broad where it's two high cards and you're the 3-better. These generally speaking favor the 3-better. If another player had a hand like kings or queens, they obviously would have come over for a 4-bet. So it's a great position for Adam to bet. In this situation, no one has anything. He's probably going to take it down. He actually does have the best hand. But even if someone had a pair like sevens, it looks like Kim's going to stay in there. She may sense something's fishy or try and set up a play, or maybe she wants to hit runner nuts. Let's see what happens. Turn is a 5, helping no one. Kim checks, Adam checks. Now the river is an 8 of spades. Kim has a good opportunity here to put in a bluff. Adam has no pair here, and checked the turn. Kim's going to play a lot of hands that have a pair or 2 pair in a similar fashion, and so it's a good opportunity for her to fire out a bet and see if Adam just has ace high, which she does, and she takes down the pot. So that was a good call by Kim on the turn, sort of sensing that Adam might not have a pair or an opportunity, and when Adam checks the turn there, that opens up an opportunity for her to bluff. Now Adam might have the nuts, and she might be bluffing into him then, and that's how those hands sometimes go down. But he was not trapping there, and she made a great play. Alrighty, we are moving on to the next one.
Just threaten your hat.
Good pace of play today. Players are sort of acting in an orderly fashion. Sometimes in a live game you can run into speed bumps who take a long time, but everyone seems to be acting fairly quickly. So we're getting a lot of hands in, which is good. Treyan is going to 3-bet his ace-queen suited after Steve opens with his jack-10, and Chad looks down to ace-king and puts in a 4-bet of $115, which puts Treyan in a very tough position. Ace-queen is a very trappy hand. Ace-king 4-bets it quite a bit, and stacking off against ace-king with ace-queen is a horrible situation. So sometimes you just want to call, see if you can flop well, and carry on. And that's what Treyan does. He decides to play it cautiously and carefully. He flops a queen, so outflops ace-king. So he is now going to be beating, and Chad checks behind, which is an interesting move. It sort of telegraphs a little bit that he might have ace-king. He could be playing aces, kings, or queens the same way, but Treyan's probably feeling pretty good about the queen. And when he's checked to again, I imagine he's probably going to make a continuation bet here. Doesn't want to see a king on the turn, doesn't want to see a jack. He's thinking that those hands are in Chad's range. So he wants to protect his top pair here. He's going to fire a bet of about 90, it looks like. No, it looks like it's 115, which is about a half pot size. Oh, and Chad makes the raise, which is a great play. That puts a lot of pressure on Treyan here. Puts him all in with ace-king. Now, Chad is representing aces, kings, or queens here. I mean, queens would be nice, but you never know exactly. Never put someone on one hand. But Chad is saying he has absolutely smashed this, and that he was slow playing. And the way in which Chad played, checking to him twice and then going for the check raise, is absolutely something that a set of queens or a set of tens might do. But Treyan makes the call with his top pair and says, you know what, I think you were tricking me, and decided to make a play here, and makes a very tough call with the top pair. Looks like the river is not a jack, not a king, and they decide to run it twice. And Treyan's going to scoop that pot. Great call by Treyan with the ace-queen. Chad put a lot of pressure on him. The pot was offering him a decent price.
Yeah, at that point, he was basically only afraid of kings or aces, right?
Possibly queens too, but I mean it would be the case queen. Very, 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 very tricky.
More likely tens than queens.
More likely tens than queens, exactly. So the queen offers removal to the queens for him, which is probably a key factor. But I mean, aces and kings are very plausible in that sort of 3-4 bet pot. It was a good call. Good call by Treyan. And a good move by Chad. The hands that he would have had would have been played much the same way. A very balanced bluff. Plausibly balanced, we'll call it. Looks like we've got some more money being pulled out, which is it's always a sign of good action. As Chad rebuys after losing that pot to Shreyan. And as we look down to a king-queen suited from Steve under the gun, he's going to open for 10.
Under the gun, which would you rather have? King queen suited or ace 10 off? Or, I'm sorry, king queen off or ace 10 off?
I would rather have king-queen than ace-10.
I as well.
I would rather it's much less likely to sort of get you into a dominated fight. Flops good with straights. It's ace 10. Depending on the game, depending on the players to my left, sometimes I'll even throw it away. If it's a very aggressive game, you know that the players there are going to be 2-betting and 3-betting. You don't want to be limping with ace 10 when you know that there's going to be a better 2 behind you.
Why is that? You don't like winning small pots or losing huge ones?
I prefer to win big pots, big hands, and ace 10 can get you into a lot of trouble, especially out of position. Don't forget the power of position, people. As we look at this board, which is 999, and no player has a pair, generally a situation where first to bet wins, and Steve fires away, bombs, wins a small one with his king-queen, proving definitively that king-queen is better than ace-10 under the gun. We even saw it beat ace-jack for emphasis, so... Looks like the action's going to be folded around to Adam, who has ace-10 not under the gun in middle position, and will take a standard raise to 15. Kim is behind him with 10s, and just calls. A lot of the times you want to put in that 3-bet with 10s. You don't want to go multi-way to a pot with lots of players with middle pair. Really, you're sort of turning it into a set mine situation there. But it looks like Chad's going to 3-bet with his ace-queen, and that'll clear Adam out with ace-10. So we go heads up to a flop anyway, because Kim made the call, and the flop comes deuce, ace-6. Chad makes top pair. Kim has second pair. Chad bets. Kim calls. Kim is just not 100% sure that Chad has an ace here, or if he does, she wants to spike a 10. But now she lets it go after the second bet. It's it's hard to keep betting into the second street if he doesn't have some connection to that flop, whether it's an ace or big flush draw. But Kim lets it go. Chad looks up at us. Sometimes I think he's giving me a little wink, but it could just be he's looking at the ceiling. I'm not going to lie. A trash queen 6 under the gun gets folded. Adam looks down to a nice ace-9 suited and is going to raise it to 15. When you have a suited ace, you can flop the nuts. You can get in big hands with hands like queen jack suited if you guys both flop a couple of hearts. It's usually a hand that people find pretty playable. Raising up front is pretty standard, especially with an ace-9. Charles and Chad are both going to call here with king 10 and queen jack, and looks like Shreyan did as well. We have a flop of 4, 9, 10. So Charles flop's open-ended, and Chad has top pair on this board. No red, so all the people in there with hearts are very sad about that. You always want to flop a flush draw. You hope you do, and then when it comes to all the other color, it's sort of a sad feeling as a poker player. You feel like the potential the potential of your little hand baby is wasted. Turn is another 10. So Chad is turned trips with a pretty good kicker. And let's see what he likes to do. He bets $100. It's a very wet board. There's 9-10, a lot of straight draws out there. There's 2 spades, a lot of flush draws. So you want to bet, you want to protect.
Yeah, you must bet to charge.
You have to charge those draws. Adam calls with a 9 here. Second pair again. And checks behind. So he might have put Chad on a range of draws. The river is an 8 of spades, which is a card no one actually wanted to see in this particular situation. So it goes check, check on the river, and Chad takes down sort of a medium-sized pot. Adam called the turn there because there's a variety of weaker 9s or possible medium pairs and draws that are semi-bluffing that a 9's going to be good against. And he was getting a good price for that. And then the river just went check, check there.
Thanks, Jeff. Hey, Jack.
Oh, and there we go. Under the gun, it looks like Kim has ace-king. She is going to open for 15. Big slick right away. Which is always also another spot. It's interesting. I always prefer to be. Everyone always prefers to be in position, but big unsuited aces and kings up front, out of position. You raise, and you really want to hit the flop. Those are tough flops to play, especially if there's multi-way action out of position with no pair. And it looks like she's getting called in 3 spots. So we're going to see a very multi-way, very Texas flop of Queen 10-7 with 4 players, 2 diamonds, and both Kim and Jacob have flopped gut shots. Kim has 2 overs, and Jacob's going to bet it, and Kim's going to call. And Steve has a flush draw in this situation, so he's getting a great price. He doesn't know if they have a pair or anything. He's on the button. He's going to go ahead and put in the raise and sort of see where everyone's at. He's got a lot of equity, as you can see. He's a favorite in this 3-way situation to win the pot. They might not have anything. So flush draw, let's bet it. Let's see what happens. And if they call, he might make a flush. He might improve. He might make a big hand. So it's a good bet by Steve. I like it. But Kim says, I have overs. I have a gutter. I'm not going anywhere. And she calls to turn a king, and she fires right away. She is 100% confident that king is good. No worries. And now Steve is deciding whether he wants to come along, whether he wants to raise, if he wants to keep selling the story that he has a huge hand and maybe put in a raise. But no, he elects to call. It's a good price for a flush draw. He's getting about 4-1. And he bricks. The river is a brick. And so Kim is betting for value. And Steve disgustingly mucks his cards, as we all do after we have missed a flush draw. And no, we can't get the other person to fold if we raise, which I think is what Steve was calculating there. Kim does not like to fold top pair. Top pair is a good hand. And Steve was sad that he missed. As are we all. We're all sad when we miss. We all want to see our tiny 2 little cards grow up into big monsters, royal flushes, straight flushes, boats. But sometimes you just make a pair of deuces, people. All right, we are going down to the action again for another bomb pot. Exposed card, which means that players get to see that out, and they will know that it is not available. And some players will look at that and remember it. And other players will forget that card ever existed. And I would recommend that you be the former. When there are exposed cards, people, remember which card was exposed. It could be important for your hand. Look down to a couple of flops of 7-4-6 with 2 hearts and 6 ace king. We're about to get the dizzying cascade of percentages in hands. According to my calculations, we have flopped the entire deck here, is what it looks like. The entire deck is in play. Everyone has something. And it does look like lots of people have something on this connected pair of boards. Both Charles and Steve have flopped a big piece of the bottom board. Charles has flopped a straight. Steve has flopped a gut shot and a flush draw. And Jacob and Carl look to have nice solid pieces of the top board. Jacob has a very nice wrap. Any queen, jack, or 10 makes him the nuts, and Carl has top 2 pair. Turn is an 8, giving Steve an extra pair to boat up on with his flush draw. But Charles is still in the lead on the bottom board, and Jacob's still drawing at that straight, and Carl ahead with his 2 pair. But these are 2 very dynamic boards. A lot of cards are going to change what the nuts are, especially on that bottom board. On the top board, there's no flush draw available, a little less dynamic, and there's an ace king, so people are drawing at Broadway. But I would also like to point out in this situation that there's a 6-7 out there. No one has it right now, but 8-9 is a terrible hand, people. 8-9 makes you non-nut straights. If a 10 were to come, someone with 8-9 would be losing to queen jack. Be careful with your 8-9s. Treat your 8-9s with caution. Looks like Jacob is fired, Carl is fired, Steve is fired.
Hey, Steve,
A massive bet and gets heads up with Carl. So they're kind of, oh, wow, what a monster. You know, the entire time, people, I was ignoring the fact that Steve had a set of aces. That was very clearly the case. Steve had a set of aces. I was just looking at that ace king. It's hard to keep track of all these hands. Yeah, Carl ended up calling his ace king off with ace king 6 off his 3 pair against a set of aces, which is drawn pretty dead in that situation. Ironically, Jacob would have made the nuts on the top board with his wrap had he stuck around. So that is a big scooper there for Steve. He had a monster top pair, 2 pair, a flush draw. He was able to drive out the straights on the bottom board because he had so much equity and could feel so confident because he had equity on both boards that players with marginal hands, that 3-5 straight, folded because he's betting with such confidence, and that's why you want to have that, because you know that you can make the nuts on both boards. You know that you've got a reasonable equity percentage of both boards. You can put a lot of pressure on those second best hands, and Steve drove out the better hands to scoop a huge pot because his hand had such playability on both boards.
He's getting chips, Steve. Steve, he's getting chips.
All right, now a regular game of Holdem. Five slip. No, it looks like 5's made it 10. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. 5's made it 10. Then we get 2 calls from ace-10, Charles with ace-10 suited. And Jacob wakes up to ace-king of clubs in the small blind. He will most certainly be putting in a 3-bet here, and he does with 2 green chips for 50. I think looks like everyone is going to come along. So Kim, Carl, Charles, and Jacob to a flop. Let's see what it brings. Brings a lot of queens, is what it brought. Brought 2 queens and a 4. Queens are not a card anyone has. So they're all sort of figuring out what to do here. Someone very plausibly could have a queen, but Kim bets her 5s. Better than a 4. And Jacob disgustingly folds ace-king, no doubt cursing the poker gods for not giving him a pair. And Kim takes down a pot. Very difficult for ace-king to call there. She could have a queen firing into 4 people there. Demonstrates a lot of confidence. So tough to stick around with the suited big slick.
I hope so. You don't need him to win by another JD.
Give me some chili cheese, too.
I'm on Texas A&M with you now. I got 2 though.
Yeah, I saw it moving, too.
Action is looks like we had a limp from Kim there, but the graphics will update and let me know. Looks like Carl looks down to a suited 9-5 and decides to throw in a saucy raise to 15. A little splashy. Charles calls with his queen 10. Shran calls with his 3s, hoping to spike some magic. 3 crabs. 3s are called crabs because if you turn them sideways, they look like crabs. That's what people say. People are silly. They say all sorts of things. Go to a flop of ace 10-3. Perfect. Gin card for Shran, spiking that 3. And Kim has an ace in this situation. So she's flopped top pair. We'll bet her $20. Charles comes along with middle pair here. Shran is the option of what to do, and he decides to just call, to slow play, to disguise the strength of his hand. Let Kim continue to drive the action, hoping to raise it up on probably the turn here because there is ace 10 and 2 clubs. So there's a wet board. There's a lot of cards that could come that could make a flush, make a straight. But he got down to heads up, so maybe he just calls again, gives her a little more rope. Let's see what he does. Now he's going to spring the trap right here. It's a pretty big overbet. I'm not sure. He's trying to induce folds from draws more than sort of get value from an ace with a bet like that, I think. But he doesn't know where Kim's at in that hand. So big bet, big hand. Doesn't really want to see a club on the turn or on the river, and he shuts it down with a big turn raise. Kim with her weak ace is worried about any better ace, 2 pairs. I don't even know if she's worried about sets. Her ace is so weak. It's just, got more things to worry about when you go ace that weak. Carl's going to limp under the gun with his 4s. Charles is going to limp with his ace-jack suited. So two very nice hands. Wouldn't usually raise under the gun with 4s. You might sometimes. It's a partial, but it's surprising not to see Charles raise that ace-jack suited. Chad. Looks like Chad made it. Oh, let's see what the action is. Oh, Jacob made it 20 and Chad 3-bet to 100 with his 10s. And so a little difficult to follow. Let's see sort of how this is playing out. Looks like Chad is 300, or is bet to 300. And Jacob went all in with his king jack. 369 to Chad to fold. Well, it's happened very quickly, but looks like Jacob decided to make a move here, and Carl is going to snap him off with his 4s. It's interesting that Chad chose to fold his 10s there. Carl decides to make a stand with his 4s. He thinks he's maybe up against ace-king. He just wants to race, I would imagine. And now Charles, who also likes to gamble, is facing a decision of should he call or not. Now, I can see the equities, and absolutely he should call. He's dominating Jacob, but he doesn't know that. But he knows he likes to gamble, and he puts in the chips. And he's going to be pleased to see that he's in pretty good shape. Carl's still got a great chance to win this hand, but he's fading 3 overcards. That's very tricky. Really, he wants to flop a set. You really want to be racing heads up with pocket 4s. You don't want to be fading more than one opponent. It's a shame for Carl that he couldn't shake Charles there. Flop of 8-9 queen. Neither of them hit anything. 10 makes them both a straight. Makes both Charles and Jacob a straight. Jacob the bigger straight, the nuts. An ace or a jack is also good for Charles.
2 on the side.
King is good for Jacob. But the 4 is gonna hit Carl, and he goes 4 queen to make the boat. That turn was interesting because it gave Charles some additional outs in the form of a flush draw. But Carl is gonna double through, making 4s full of queens. And you know, if you're gonna fade 3-way all in, hitting a boat is a great way to do it. Some nice help from the dealer there, giving Carl 3 4s. It's what you want to see when you're multi-way all in, and there's that dangerous flop where they both flop so many outs. That had to feel good. We got some players rebuying. Important to get more ammunition for the eternal war that is poker. Without bullets to fire, you are a little defenseless. As we go to the next hand. And take a look at the action. See, Adam, good old the DJF 2.0, which is don't give a bleep for, I guess, the amount of bleeps he has to give. Raise to 15, gets called by Kim with the king-queen. She has position on Adam. And the flop just absolutely smashes Adam with 2 aces and a 7. So he flops trips and bets out. And Kim calls with just the king high. This is similar to the previous hand in this session where Kim called the flop a little light, thinking that she could set something up on the turn. And let's see if she's doing something similar here. So Adam makes the pretty much absolute nuts here with the ace-9. Let's see if, well, Kim's not going to call that bet. I don't think, with king high. I think Adam maybe should have checked the river there, kept her bluffs in. But the thing is Adam is now beating the other ace. So he's actually in that situation hoping Kim does have a hand, that it's she's thinking that she chaps with ace-7, aces full of 7s, and that he could get value from that way. He did not know Kim had a whole lot of air, and would have been better served by checking. But that's what happens when we don't know what our opponents have. We check when we should bet. We bet when we should check sometimes. Now we have Big E stepping in, the man himself. Big E has been in the poker community of Austin for as long as I've been alive, I feel. Probably longer. I used to play many a hand at his table, and he is striding up to the table to try and do battle with these fellow warriors in this arena. So, looking at the action, got a bunch of suited connectors, gappers, 7s, but it looks like Steve made it $10 with 4-6, which is the house nut hand, the red star nuts, and everyone came along to see a flop with king, queen, jack. Jacob looks like he's flopped top pair and open-netted here and has a strong lead against everyone else who's just sort of drawn dead or under pairs. Kim is looking for a chop here with the 8-10, and she gets it. It's saved with the ace, but interestingly, Jacob has a huge free roll here. The ace of spades on the turn has given him a royal flush draw. He and Kim both have the same hand, but Kim can only lose or tie. A free roll is a beautiful thing to have, and I would expect Jacob to get all of his chips in, hoping a spade comes. And we eagerly await this river for what will be a big pot. A big pot if a spade comes. It's tough to fold the nuts, but sometimes you can be in a situation where you are up against a very strong hand with a redraw like that. And depending on the pot size, it's actually not correct to call. But it's tough to fold the nuts. I don't think I would do it either. I might, though. Depends on the day. Some people randomize for things like that.
Queen of spades, if she had pocket queens, it would have been pretty amazing. Now, if someone gets the quad, they'll use
And the action continues.
Yeah, and they get a bad beat jackpot. They get another like 50 or 100 free hours too.
Folded round Adam, 9-4. He's going to let that go. Kim wakes up with queens. She's going to put in a raise to 20. He sees ace-jack suited. He's going to want to see a flop with that hand. And Shran comes in out of the blind. I'm assuming out of the blind? Yes, had to be. Out of the big blind with a 9-4. Suited to just take a flop. Now he's getting a discount. Might flop well. And they all get a little piece of it. He's flopped a gut shot. Queen's second pair there for Kim. Best hand at the moment. And Shran has a flush draw. She bets 40. The continue. E lets it go. Shran calls with his flush. Draw. Still a flush draw, not a flush yet. 5 of hearts hits the turn. Queens are still ahead. Pot's small. It's $142. Shran checks. Kim checks behind. There's a king. There's an overcard on the... Yep. And then big. The river brings in the flush. And let's see how the action commences. Shran's going to want to get some value. It's going to be tough to get large amounts of value from your one-pair hands here. And the pot's pretty small. So let's see what he bets. It's a very moderate 30. He's targeting any sort of pair out there, saying, please call me pair. And Kim does. She's got 30. She's got queens. That's a pair. It's a good pair. She calls. Shran makes the additional $30 and is going to scoop the pot. It's tough to get value in those situations unless someone else has a big hand. Sets, 2 pairs, big aces, big kings. And that wasn't the case in that situation. I think Chad is again signaling something. He's hot. He's cold. He just likes looking up. He likes to see it. Everyone say hi to Chad. Yeah, say hi to Chad.
He's probably watching some sports on those TVs.
He is probably sweating some sports on those TVs. It is the Super Bowl tomorrow on Sunday. People, come on down to the Red Star. We are going to have a Super Bowl party. There will be food. There will be drinks. There will be action. There will be fun. I will be there. You can meet me. I am not a celebrity, but I sound like a celebrity, according to someone on chat. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be good action, good times, and I don't know what's going to happen in the game. What do you think is going to happen in the game, Dustin? What do you think is going to happen in the game?
I don't think they'll let Taylor Swift lose this one.
You don't think that they'll let Taylor Swift lose this one? I predict football will be played, pigskin will be thrown, and I think that 6.5 shots of Taylor Swift is a stupid line. They are going to show her 172. Take the over, people. As we look down to a flop of king 7-6. He's in there with the gutter ball. Shran has the 9s. Shran bets 50 with second pair. And I think he's going to take it down. I don't think he's going to be calling with his gutter. Oh, looks like he does. Just sees if he can spike something. Maybe doesn't believe the Tran has a king or a pair. Turns a 6. Tran checks, and E says, that is the green light. I do not like to check when people check at me. I'm going to bet and see if I can take the pot down now, which is a good move. It's a good move with your draws. You can always improve. There are times that you want to just take your equity, but when they're checking to you, sometimes you just think you can win. Sometimes you can win. You know? Shran makes a tough call there with second pair. And the ace is also a scare card for him. And E is going to put maximum pressure on Shran here. Now, checking was a good move because it kept E's bluffs in, but the question is, can he continue to make this call?
Yeah, not much changed on that river. What could he have had that he likes that ace?
Well, he could be calling with an ace. I mean, there's not much to float on other than an open-ended draw or something like that, or he could be floating with high cards. E is capable of making some plays, but the turn was pretty dry. I agree with you. Difficult to think that the ace changes anything.
But it's hard with E betting both turn and river for his story to line up either way. Either he got there and he was bluffing, or he had something and then why is he value betting when an ace gets there? So
yeah,
one way or another, it doesn't add up.
It does not. And Tran's got some spider sense tingling and telling him the same thing, that the ace should not matter in that situation. If he was continuing on the turn, then that turn and river should have connected with the flop more in order for E to have value here. And he makes a tough call. With nines, shows third pair for the best hand. He was not quite drawn dead there on the turn. The 6 took away all the 9 outs, but he could hit a 10. Would have been spicy. That would have been saucy. Might have been easier for Shran to fold with 10 cam than the ace, actually.
E gave a little surprised look when he got looked up by nines there.
He does look a little surprised. Well, you know, they came to play today. People want to make the hero call. People want to make the move. But that was some good poker. He put max pressure, and Tran said, you know what, I think my nines are good here.
What's really beautiful about this format is match stack. You can, if you make a mistake, you can always reload and top up and maybe delete that mistake from that player if you stack them.
That is a beautiful danger of match the stack. You got you can always reload for the max. And we're looking at another bomb pot here. Look, I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to predict there's 9 players and 4 us 36 plus the additional 6. I'm going to say we got most of the deck out there for you people to look at. So if you like deuces, if you like 4s, if you like 5, 6, queens, 7s, we got some of that on this screen. We got some of all that for y'all. Looking at a flop of 4, 4, 10 and 10, 6, 10. So there's only 1 10 left in the deck, and Adam has it. Which puts him in a very good position to put a lot of pressure, and also probably the best hand. So quick bet's going to take it down. That's a situation where one player has too much. No one else has anything else to come along with. And also there was no 4 on the other board, so the wall of cards ends quickly, that hand. And we are back to Holdem, where there is a $5 straddle on. The action is going around. It is limped along by E and Kim with some 7/8s and some 5/6 and some straightening cards. Shran looks down at Steve looks down at ace deuce on the button and decides to make a raise with his suited ace, and Shran's going to come along. Oh, he's going to 3-bet out of the small with king 10 of clubs. I don't dislike that move. Steve is going to be raising pretty wide from his button. Get down to heads up. Let's see what happens. But Steve flops the world here.
Really liking that stare down from Zag.
He's looking into the kid's soul. He's seeing if he has one, what flavor it is, if he wants to dance. Looks like the kid wants to dance, and Steve is not going anywhere with his top and bottom pair. And Shran's gonna have to let this one go. If he's 3-betting Steve and he's coming in with the raise on top with this ace high board, he's got to have at least ace king, possibly 2-pair. Maybe not ace king, but a big ace or 2-pair. And Shran knows he's not going to be able to move him off of that.
Shran's playing pretty well tonight.
I would agree. I would say he's playing very well, Dustin. Shran, actually a product of my hometown high school, St. Mark's School of Texas in Dallas. We are, I think, 75 years apart, though. That's what it feels like. Gen Z's so young, people. So young. They're so full of life and confused. They'll learn some things. It's okay. And we're continuing the action here. At Red Star, E is going to make it $15 from mid position with his ace 7, and Adam is in the big blind with a pair of hooks, and he likes to just call, not 3-bet. E was in middle position there. Normally, I think I 3-bet the jacks in that situation because E's going to be a little wide.
Actually, we had a graphics error. I believe the jacks are in Shrayon. Somehow it got picked up on the other sensors. So
I see. Well, then disregard everything I said, people, because I cannot keep track of it if the graphics are not correct.
So Jacob actually has those blackjacks.
Gotcha. Jacob has the blackjacks in this situation. He is betting out on the 4-7-6 board with his overpair. Do we know if E's cards are correct? He has top pair, I'm assuming, and that's why he's sticking around?
Yeah, everything else should be correct.
All right. Well, that makes sense. E's going to stick around with his 7, sort of see where he's at. There's a large bet of $100 on the turn, about a pot-sized bet with his jacks, and now E is going to decide whether or not this newly downgraded 7 is something he wants to continue with. Jacob has been in a lot of pots, so he could have air, he could have smaller pairs than 7s. Hard to do, but he could have a lot of air here, and he wants to look him up. And 9 brings 4 to a straight, which is a very interesting card. A lot of 2-pair combinations out there, a lot of possible straights. What makes sense in this situation? It's unlikely that E raised with a card like an 8 or a 5, or 5-8, or any of those straightening cards. So it's difficult for either of them in this situation sort of to show up with a straight in this configuration. So they both check their pair. Jacks are best. E had tried to make a stab at it. What's he really saying there? I flopped the set, maybe. But better just check and save your powder. Alrighty. So we go to the action for another hand. The action folds around. Want to know what all the listeners are doing for the big day tomorrow. We got the Super Bowl coming up, and it's kind of a gambler's holiday. It's a little bit like our High Holy Days, I would say. It's also the first Super Bowl in Vegas. Isn't that crazy, people? One that we're doing it. I never thought we'd see that day. But also how big it's going to be, and it's going to be just as big here at the Red Star off of Burnett in Austin, Texas. We're gonna have a big old party, and lots of fun, lots of action, lots of food. As we look at this 4-10 king board where no one has anything. Adam, of course, has 4-6, which is pocket aces at the red star, the best hand, the house hand. And he is representing those aces by betting them and will take down the pot, which is just the power that 4-6 has in these walls. But you should try it yourself tomorrow. Come on down, play 4-6 with us, play aces, play whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you how to play your hands. You have other people on YouTube to tell you how to do that. I'm just going to make fun of you afterwards. No, I wouldn't do that, not publicly.
No. that hand where they had the nuts.
But you should come on down to the Red Star, and you should join us in the action. We got sweepstakes as well. So whatever your gamble is, we got it.
The flop was ace.
And if you're ever interested in what we're running, just check us out on Poker Atlas.
Yeah, check us out on Poker Atlas. We'll have the list of tables available. You can always join the wait list. Let us know that you're coming so we can get excited. And you can see how many tables are running and what games there are, so you can get your enjoyment as we look at a flop of Jack 4-5. Pretty good flop, pretty interesting flop here. We got a set for Kim, top pair for Chad, and Shreyan is open-ended with a backdoor flush draw. Jacob's also in there with middle pair, but this is a pretty action flop for these hands. Kim checks her set. Chad's gonna bet out his jack, and Shreyan calls. Chad lets it go. Shreyan's probably gonna call here, continue, see a turn, hope to spike an 8 or a 3. Now, the good thing about having a set or having a straight draw when there's a set on the board is that you're not going to end up in a situation where you are facing a boat if you make your hand on the turn here. Your outs are clean. And is not the case all the time when you have a flush draw. You can have those disgusting, dirty outs. Interesting that Jacob chose to come along here with his middle pair. Turn is a king. Kim checks. It checks to Jacob. He may mistake this as weakness on Kim's part and bet, but we'll see.
Oh, hold on. Dirty was on the list. He was supposed to be coming in. Check.
Interesting. Shreyan elects to bet his open-ended, and he has fallen right into Kim's trap. She checked the turn, and he says, well, maybe I can take it down with a bet, represent King Jack or big hand. But Kim is in there with the 4s, and she is going to spring the check on him. I promise this hand. This turn is too wet. She's not going to give free cards to flush it. She's gonna spring into action and shut this hand down. The question is, what is Jacob contemplating? He's got middle pair. There's no straight. There's nothing for him to represent. There you go. He just lets it go. He was hoping to get lucky. Spike of 5. And there we go. All in, Kin. All in for a reason. Now Shreyan has a decision to make. Is he going to call 437? The pot's about 965. He's only getting about... He's getting a little less than 2 to 1. And he's only got 1 card to come. So I don't know that the price was right there. That was a good job by Kim of setting that hook. Had Shreyan bet a little bit larger, he might have pot committed himself. But he made a well-shaped bet. I'd say about 2/3 of the pot. I don't know. I have to go back and look, but it wasn't enough in that situation. He didn't know Kim had a set. You can't be sure. But the check raise, the check raise and then the check bet. That's just some interesting creativity by Shreyan. I'll have to ask him what he was thinking about that hand later. I think I might have checked to see my equity. And the action folds around on the next hand to E, who's, let's see, raising it to 60? Some of these go by fast. Sometimes I just shut it down before the flop, and it's a little hard for me to track it all. But the important thing is that E bet, and E1. And that is a lot of times what happens in poker, especially at these stakes. Sometimes you just bet and you win. The hand's over. You move on to the next hand. No one had a hand. We're going to move on.
Gambling now.
Pardon me, folks. The action folds around to Chad on the button, who, it looks like Kim who made it 10, and then Chad who called. Difficult to say.
10 to go. 10 is live.
We got a 5-6. We got a king 8 out there. Who's the original raiser here, Dustin? What are the graphics telling me? I'm having trouble reading. Who's the original raiser of this hand? Tough for me to say. Is it a straddle? Was it straddle? It must have been the $10 straddle, I guess.
Option.
Sorry about that. I'm running the stream 15 minutes in real time and 15-minute delay.
He is doing it all, folks. I'm watching it. I'm very impressed. But yeah, sometimes a little bit in concert. We gotta figure out what's going on. Anyway, we got a flop a 10 Jack King. So everyone missed. Kim's in there with her 5-6. Shran's in there with his ace high. Shran bets 30. Kim says, "You can have it. You can have it, young man." That was not me. Sometimes happens. Lots of flops are like neighborhoods. Either you're in the neighborhood, you live next to the neighborhood, or that neighborhood is so far away, I don't know if I will go to that neighborhood today. I don't think I can visit. We are dealing it out. We are looking at the action. Adam sees a spicy deuce 4 of clubs. The puppy feet makes it looks like $20. No, $15. Kim calls with her suited queen 9. Carl's in there with his 7-9 again. Great hand. Great hands. I like all these hands. He's in there with his king jack. Steve could flop a steel wheel with ace 3, and we got Shran in there with 6s. We are 6-handed Texas heads up on our way to a flop of ace jack 5. Steve flops top pair. He's out in the lead here. But he turns 2 pair. Looks like it was checked around. Turns 2 pair, and I think he'll probably bet that. Looks like he does. He bets 25. Steve is regretting that his check brought a king, because now a variety of hands, king jack, queen 10, etc., are beating him, so he folds there smartly. And Kim calls, hoping to spike off at 10. You know, there are 4 of them in there. But he boats up. So he's going to bet for value. He wants to get called by Kim. He's going to target aces, a jack. And she just folds. It looks like there was no resistance. No resistance whatsoever. Kim wanted to get lucky. She didn't get lucky. She let it go. Tough to move a man off a boat, too. King's full. That's a powerful hand.
The old open bar. You don't see those very often.
She seen me reach for these chips and
She saw you look at them. She breathed on them.
The bomb pot button's on E. The button is on E, so we are playing a bomb pot. Bomb pots named for Francis LeBomb, the inventor of the bomb pot. It's not true. And we look down to a flop of 7 king ace. And jack 4 jack, a couple of jacks, and then we're going to have the wall of cards. Looks like Steve has flopped ace jack. Looks like Shran's got 2 pair and a little gutter ball. And Jacob has a jack as well, but he has a pair in his hand, which is not what you want when you flop trips. Pair in the hand removes the chances of making a boat. His pair is 3s, which puts it below the 4, which means even if he hits the 3s, he's losing to jack 4. He'd rather have a hand like Steve's, where you got some nice, clean, big cards to make bigger boats with. But interestingly, Jacob is going to play very fast, and he hits a 3 for a set of 3 on the other board. So he is now got some good equity on both places. Steve has turned a flush draw with his jack. It looks like Jacob is gonna maximize the pressure here. He's gonna continue to bet the pot. Yep, he does. He's got trips and trips. Well, he's got trips in a set. And Steve is in there with flush draw and the best jack, so I don't think he's going to go anywhere. I don't see how Shrayan calls this bet with top 2 pair on the bottom board. There's a lot of sets out there that beat him. There's no straights, but he's in a dangerous situation 3-way. I think he probably knows, and he also knows that he has no equity on one board. I think he strongly feels that he probably doesn't have much equity on that board. Turns out his open-ended straight draw is okay, but it's tough to know that. Tough to know that your wrap is good in a paired board, especially with a flush draw out there. It's and we're on Steve, who is put to the tough test. Hand like Jack 9 would have Steve in very, very bad shape. He's not confident in his flush draw either on the bottom board. Having just a Jack high flush draw is not drawing to the nuts, but it's good. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a good hand to dance with. But he lets it go. Jacob puts max pressure and gets Steve to lay down the better jack. And now Shrayan is forced with the decision. He's really heavily weighted towards one board in his mind, I think. He's not sure if the other player has a boat or not, but he's looking at his equities as if that might be the case. If this were face up, if these cards were face up right now, Shrayan would call. Yeah, he'd probably call. There's a lot of cards getting that. It's getting 3-1, but that's a tough call to make, and that's a good bet by Jacob. And as we look down at the action, we see a pair of 9s for Jacob, the Ninas. He's going to raise it to 15. Kim calls behind, and Chad looks down to a pair of jacks, hooks, and he's going to 3-bet to 65. I think Jacob's probably going to make the call here, I would imagine. I don't think he's going to 4-bet the 9s in this situation, but he might. He just makes the call. Jacob's been in a lot of pots. His table image is probably a little bit loose at the moment, so he really wants to have a huge hand if he's going to come over the top there. A flop of 6 king king. It's a good flop for jacks. He's worried about a king a little bit, but solid second pair. Action's checked. Turn it to 10. Goes check, check again. And this time Chad's going to have to bet his jacks. He's going to have to get a little bit of protection. There's a lot of cards that come, straight cards, flush cards, etc., that he doesn't want to see. Jacob's got a pair. He's contemplating whether or not it's good. he likes to let it go. Chad could have a king. Chad could have aces. He could have a bigger hand. He was a 3-better before the flop. Now Kim with her ace queen. No pair. Let's go. Chad wins a big one. Well, not a big one, a little one. And sometimes you don't need to be scared just because there's 2 kings out there. Sometimes you don't need to be scared that there's 1 king. You have to bet your jacks. You have to figure out where you're at.
Yeah, you'd prefer 2 kings out there than just 1.
You would prefer 2 kings out there. It gives removal to people having more kings. It means there is less chance of the king being out there.
Or just no kings to start.
You would prefer that. You'd prefer a flop of jack, jack, deuce. But the problem with flopping quads, Dustin, is it's difficult to get paid.
I was trying to get you to. And well, that's too. I was like, I could both.
Ideally, I would like to quad over quad someone every hand. That's the goal. But I've not been able to add that move to my poker repertoire.
When I turned the set on the bottom, if I didn't turn the set on the bottom, I'd probably go 3 pot.
Kim looks down at a queen 10, makes the call. Looks like there's a $5 straddle on it. Carl sees king queen, also makes just the call. No, and then he raises it to 20 with the king 6 suited. Goes around to Steve. He 3-bets. He sees ace jack suited. So interesting tempo to this particular hand. Bunch of limpers with some Broadway cards. E makes it 45, and then 3-bet by Steve with ace jack on the button. So and we get everyone calling along. So we're going 4-way to a flop. The flop is king 7-9. Looks like Carl flops the best of it. Top pair, second kicker. But he's got a pair of kings and some backdoor draws. Could go running diamonds. Could come a 6. And Kim has hopes and dreams. Kim has a jack. Gets her a gut shot. But other than that, she's drawn pretty slim. The diamond is going to be a problem card for Kim. Both Kim and E turn flush draws. E's flush draw is best. He also has a pair to go with it. Carl keeps the lead. Bets out 125. They both call behind. And the turn is a brick. 5 of spades. Neither E nor Kim makes the flush. Question is, what sort of value is Carl going to go for here? It has gotten to be a pretty big pot because of the multi-way nature here. Kim coming along made it pretty big at this point. And Carl is betting $125 into a pot of about 1,000. I don't see E folding his king here. The question is whether or not he thinks he can get a raise in. Or, yeah, there you go. The crying call. I mean, he's come all this way with this king. He's hoping that, it's queens or something silly, but no, Carl shows the king queen, the hand that you knew he had. I think that's a tough spot where the other guy might not be that strong, but you don't want to raise. He didn't want to raise. Doesn't know if Carl releases. He has showdown value, but he knew his king was no good. He was just getting too good a price. Too good a price. That's what happens. The gods of MDF demanded a portion of E's stack there. He could not be exploitable by being bluffed.
Yeah. No. Either one would have probably been wrong.
The action continues at the Red Star, the place where the action is the best in Austin. It's so good. Everyone leaves with a free puppy every day. That's not true for legal purposes. I was lying. Chad looks like he made it $15 under the gun with the 7-9. Jacob 3-bet to 50. Chad calls. And they will go heads up to a flop.
How much, you already got chips dirty?
King 7-6. Chad flops middle pair, which is best, but there's a king on the board.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And the action is on Jacob in first position.
Call me by my name. Call me by what is it?
Handle.
Call me.
Heads up.
I need a handle. Can I get a handle?
That's your phone?
I want to go by.
Buttercup's gone.
Yes, I want to go by butter.
And Jacob is going to make a continuation bet of 75, which Chad calls with his middle pair. Turn is the 4 of spades. Jacob has turned the nut flush draw, having the ace of spades. Chad still best with his 7s, his middle pair. Is he going to bet to protect it when he's checked to? He is. He's going to bet 185. And Jacob is going to go all in, bluffing with his ace of spades. He has removal to the nuts in this situation. He knows for a fact that Chad cannot have the nuts because he has the ace of spades in his hand. So it's a good opportunity to bluff. The worst thing that could happen to him is he gets a call and he improves, hopefully. But he knows that because the spade completed the flush in the turn, no one else can have the best possible hand. Only he. A good opportunity to check his bluff there. Chad was not so strong. Just had a 7, and so in that situation he lays it down. It looks like we are playing the knit game again. Knit game, for those of you who are just joining the stream, I assume maybe the second viewer, who knows. The knit game is a penalty game where you must win a hand and show your hand in order to get rid of your knit button. And the last person to do so forfeits a penalty of $10 per player. So drives the action a little bit. $10 is not a huge penalty. I mean, it's 1-2, so it's reasonable. And but it does encourage players to get in there and mix it up. And you see the dot next to their names indicating that they are currently in knit. But see Dirty raising it to 15 here, and Shran 3-betting to 35. Dirty goes ahead and makes the call, hoping to flop a flush or some sort of Doyle Brunson magic. That's what the 10 do. 10 Dewey. See a flop of King 7-7. Paired board. Good board for a 3-better usually. Shran checks to Dirty, who is going to put some pressure on. That's 25. I think Shran probably makes the call there. He's high, yeah. Turn is a 6. Dirty checks. Shran checks behind. And then the river is the ace. Shran makes top pair. I think Dirty may bluff this, but he's not going to like it when he gets a call. And he does. He bluffs, and Shran makes the quick call. Dirty mucks his hand. Shran loses his knit button and rakes a small pot. It was well played again by Shran, staying in on the flop. There's not much that hits King 7-7. He has to have a king or a 7. Any big kings would have been re-raised. Your ace queen is often best there. And of course, he improved to the ace, and Dirty tried to be a little dirty, and it didn't work. The action folds around. We continue this knit game. People looking down at trash. I think Dirty is embracing the spirit, though, of the knit game. There you go, limping with his 8-10. He doesn't want to not be involved in a hand. That's what knits do. You gotta lose your knit button. Shran calls with his little gapper. Jacob's got King Jack. Kojak raises it up to 15. Kim calls with her ace. Dirty calls. Shran's gonna call. We're gonna see a flop 4 ways. Flop comes Queen 6-10, all hearts monotone. What does that mean? That means that players are going to play cautiously. You're not going to make big bets. Shran here looks like he bet $5 with his open-ended draw. Jacob called $5 with his open-ended draw. Neither of them have a heart. Another heart comes, and now we play the game of poker chicken. Neither of us have a heart. Who's going to be the last one to bet and win this? Strand bets $2, which is just sometimes a bet that is inviting a plot over the top. Ah, there we go. The 9. So one of them makes a pair. Strand makes a pair. Jacob makes a straight. Has a little bit of showdown value. I don't see Strand betting $5 here. He's gonna have to bet. He's gonna have to bet a little bigger in order to take the pot down, which is what he tries to do. 75. I think Jacob may just call here because he made the straight. He's got value against anything else. Yep, there you go. He can beat anything that's not a flush. He calls. Strand's kicking himself for not betting the turn, and rare mistake by our young player. No, that's not true. We all make mistakes. It's like 7. The knit game continues. Jacob loses his knit button there, taking down the pot. Steve, of course, still has his knit button, but if the game were highest hat, Steve wins that every night. Steve has a diverse collection of hats. You can come to the Red Star, where the action is great, where we're having a Super Bowl party tomorrow, the 11th of February, and see Steve's hats, people. Steve will have an interesting hat, I promise. It's not a normal hat. Steve is a haberdasher, a man who knows. Well, he probably just has a good haberdasher. I mean, you know. For those of you unfamiliar, haberdashers used to sell hats. Look at a flop of 5, 10, 6. Kim's flop top pair. Dirtiest flop middle pair. He fires out 22. Kim's not going to go anywhere. No, she raises. No, she just calls. She calls her 10. A lot of cards on the turn that she might not want to see. I'm surprised she didn't raise there a little bit. She does have position, though. Dirty continues to fire. 33. Kim's going to come along with her top pair again. And then 7 on the river. 10's going to be the best hand. It's going to go check, check. Kim's going to scoop that pot. And lose her knit button.
I'm trying. Give her that damn white chip.
Yeah, for sure.
And as the action continues,
We understand.
Shran looks down to a pocket pair of 4s. Makes it $10. Adam is going to muck that king 5.
Hey, you can't be watching us before you play.
Chad's going to call, come along with his, looks like he's going to 3-bet with his queen jack to 35. Chad has position. That is an advantageous thing to play a pot. Also, he was trying to isolate, but Dirty comes along. He double flats, calls, and then he calls with the king 5 offsuit. So he's hoping to flop a boat or a miracle. Flop comes deuce 6 deuce. Good flop for pocket 4s, I would say. It's check to Chad, and I think Shran's gonna either raise or call here. I mean, you gotta sort of see where you're at. You can't just fold the 4s in this situation. There's a lot of unpaired air that Chad might have in this situation. 10. Again, a little bit of a high card, but again, not something that's super scary for Shran. Not really in Chad's 3-bet range. So the jack, Yeah, kept getting worse. What a bad run out for fours. Ideally, of course, you want 4-4, but 2 big cards. Chad makes top pair here. He's gonna fire out, and hands like Ace Jack, King Jack just caught up.
Yeah, where's the real Andy? What'd you do?
He could have been slow playing a big pair, 3-betting aces, kings, deuces is a very favorable flop for them. So curious to see if Schraen's going to pay this off. I think that he did correctly put Chad on just 2 big cards, but this Jack may have hit him. So he may be trying to get value, and we'll see if Schraen pays him off here.
You can see it either way. You fold, you're gonna see it.
Schraen elects to lay it down, and Chad hits a good river, and we'll take the pot.
Damn, you took A&M to win. You got covered.
They basically.
You're gonna see
Victor too high with individual.
basically to win, they're +1.5. It's pretty hard to lose by just one, but
Yeah.
it's possible.
Who they playing for? Number 6 Tennessee, huh? What time's that one start?
You got Steve with a very unnitty raise to 3 to 10 with a 3-8 of diamonds. See him trying to lose that little dot next to his name. Adam calls with the King Jack. Kim has a 9-3. Lets it go. Her button's already collected. Andy comes along. Looks like with the suited Doyle Brunson. No, he elects to make it 55, which is an interesting size for his 3-bet. Could shut it down. Might have sensed that some people were playing some games, and sure enough, Steve lets it go. And so does Kim. So he will take it down with that nice little 3-bet. Shows his hand and gets rid of his knit button. Oh no, likes not to show his hand. No, he does. All right, there we go. Yeah.
Hand over.
You don't have to show.
You don't have to. But I said what you're doing.
You wanted to show.
Nah, man,
Damn it. You had
No,
me
no, I didn't
murdered.
want to show it if I didn't have to.
Definitely. Good thing
I had the 9 dudes.
Mom pie, guys.
Right.
Mom pie.
got it. No idea that it was suited and diamond. Couldn't believe it.
Does the mid game work for this?
If you scoop.
You scoop? Oh, no. No big deal.
Alrighty, and as we go down to another hand, just like hand follows hands here. It's
People straight
never have a halftime or break it up. Sometimes I wish they would do that at poker houses. You know, we got another bomb pot here. No halftime shows. Maybe Taylor Swift. You should see Taylor Swift tomorrow at the Super Bowl at Red Star. That's right. Come on down. We have sweepstakes. We have poker. We have the best players, the best looking players, the best smelling players, which if you've ever been in a poker room, you know sometimes they can be a little fragrant. Just the best action all around. You should come here. You should enjoy yourself on the Super Bowl. We're going to have a great time, and you should come see us. As we look at this mom pot and this wall of cards, what do we see here? We got some equities, some hand equities. Looks like Kim and Steve have some equities, as well as Jacob and Adam. So everyone's got some equity. Got some open-ended draws, got some straight draws, some flush draws on the bottom board. Looks like Jacob just hit the nuts on the bottom with his 3-4. Looks like someone's got Jack 10. Yeah, Adam's got Jack 10 there. Hit his open-ended. No one in there with a flush draw. Adam's got a flush draw on the bottom, so he's got equity on both boards. He's gonna be playing this for a bet. He bets out 145. Jacob, of course, is unlikely to go anywhere with his 3-4. And looks like Steve makes the call as well. He has spades on the top board, 2 pair. So he's got some outs. And sure enough, the river brings in hearts and pairs the jack. So Jack Deuce now takes the lead. So it looks like Adam has the double nuts pretty much. He's got the check mark because he has the best hand on both boards. No one's in there with hearts. He just hit a surprise little Jack Deuce to win or to get the edge there. And he's going to bet the max and hope that he gets called by Jacob, who has the straight.
I had outs on both boards.
He is very weak on the other board, and may elect to lay it down, but it's tough. He's getting a good price. He's getting about 3 to 1 to call. And the only thing he loses to is boats on the bottom board. But he's only calling for half. He knows he cannot scoop the pot. So he does elect to lay it down. He folds. Good hand by Adam. And Adam will take down the bomber.
Show the 10 jack. 10 jack deuce. 10 jack, baby.
I'm going to take a short break, y'all, while the action continues, but I will be back to provide the hard-hitting takes that you guys have come to know and love in this short little trip we've been on together.
Right in, somebody wins the pot. Don't fucking chip again.
How did Kim get 3?
Yeah, right. How did she got 3 nit buttons? Yeah, that'd be pretty sad.
Who still wants to get button? I do. Just the 2 of us? I do too. 3 of us? Just Nick Rowe on back. The back stretch.
Where's the third one?
Put it on top of his hundreds.
Both up, both.
Yep.
2.
Is it crazy too?
15. There's 15, 2, 5.
Can't play these. They're just too terrible.
Call. 3 players. Checks around. Checks around. That is 50 bucks. Winner.
Oh, we gotta show it.
Oh, really?
Had a crappy jack.
Nobody had anything. Nobody had anything.
You had a jack? Yeah. I jacked 30. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Why had you dominated pre-flop? Jack 30 of spades. Definitely should not have. Well, they were suited. I would have played mine if they were suited. But you don't have a nip button.
I was like, nobody's got anything.
Yeah. That was pretty early position. Only just 2 of us, huh? Uh-oh.
Well, we keep getting the balls out, but it's like 2 calls, 2 really bad shot.
I mean, I tried.
Is that home too? That's like one of the hardest places to play.
$90?
It's so loud in that day.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm like, repot, you know, trying to win.
I don't want it. It scared me.
We are picking up the action right where we left off. On a board of 8-9-6, where Cheyenne is flopped pair and open-ended. Kim is open-ended on the top end. And Dirty has the same open-ended draw, no pair. Looks like Kim has raised the pot, and action is coming around. We'll see how people handle these draws. Turn is a 4 of clubs, bringing no help. But Kim continues with the aggression, and she fires on every street. Oh, Steve is in there creatively with his 9. He seems to sense his top pair is best. And the king comes on the river. Brick. Doesn't really connect with the board texture. I think Steve's probably going to take this down if Kim doesn't make a big bet. Yep, there we go. Goes check, check. Steve's best with his 9s. Scoops a little one. It was big blind or small blind special. Sometimes a small blind flops those trashy pairs and takes down a pot. So the action will continue. And it looks like the knit game paid out. Who lost the knit game there, Dustin? We know. It looked like Carl had to pay out on the knit game. He was the last one with his knit button. And along with the 10 to everyone comes the public shame of being the loser of the knit game, the knit.
Congratulations. Let's go here.
And the origin of the term knit is from tight. Very tight. Tight people are knits. When we play aces and such. That's not bad, you know. You can be a winning poker player if you're a little nitty, but you're not exciting. It's not exciting. No one likes to watch them nits. Just farming for their nuts in their little nut fields.
5 of hearts is the burn, guys.
As we see a flop of ace 7-6. Looks like Adam is flopped open-ended here. No one has an ace. So I think Adam's probably going to end up taking this pot down at some point.
5 of hearts.
Andy can't be too saucy with his king deuce, although he looks like he is representing a bigger hand. Adam makes a pair on the turn. Second pair. Goes check, check. And the river's a 3. Goes check. Adam wins a pot with his pair of 8s here. Takes it down. No reason for him to bluff when he's checked 2 there. He's got some showdown value. He's got some equity. He just checks behind. Starts stacking chips. 1-2 games are a great place to sort of look at how people set up bluff matrices, how they bluff, when you need to bluff. Players just like to bluff no matter what. Sometimes you don't have to. Sometimes you turn some showdown value, river some showdown value. No reason to make a bluff there. Chad doing the patented sweep the cards against the table, turn them into aces, looks down to Jack 5. Again, the hocus pocus does not work.
Need a miss right here.
Now you can get there with free throws.
Kim has made a early limp with her ace 3. Flop a wheel or 2 pair, or maybe an ace. Looks like, wow, ace king of clubs. We have seen the suited ace king of clubs many times today. No other suits. It looks like Chad prefers clubs, or Clem prefers clubs when he is dealing ace king. And then also prefers not to deal any clubs on the board afterwards. That is sort of how Clem structures his dealing. And every dealer is different. Some people will like to spread the ace king suited of different suits. Sometimes they'll even throw out like an ace with 2 of your suit, like a big flop. But no, that's not how Clem rolls today. Clem is making it challenging for our big slick holders by not flopping them pairs. And honestly, I like that because it's a test of their poker skills. Flopping pairs with ace king is boring. It's much more exciting to see how someone handles big slick when they are out of position and have no pair and are facing 7 opponents. So in those situations, that's where sort of poker gets played.
Play for 2. Call me Yeti on this on the live stream. What's that total? Raise it 10. Takes it down.
And we are continuing with the action here.
Oh, good readback, AJ.
He's a local boy?
Yeah, Westlake. He went to Westlake. He graduated last Westlake.
As we look down and see a bunch of
I was pleased with that.
trash being folded until Steve wakes up with the queen 5 of clubs. Feeling a little saucy. Decides to make it 20 with his suited queen. Jacob calls with his queen jack. And Kim sees ace queen, as so does Chad. So let me just say, it's going to be impossible to hit a queen this flop. I don't see it happening. Chad's 3-bet here is going to go around. I don't think Jacob's going to call here, but we'll see what happens. Oh, no, looks like Jacob calls with his queen jack. And this is an interesting position because unbeknownst to the players at the table, a lot of the aces and all of the queens are dead. So let's see what the flop brings. There we go. Jacob does indeed flop a jack, which feels like what happens inevitably when it is up against 2 hands which have it dominated. It's sort of the third place wins. Poker truism. So flops a jack, it's checked around. And then the suck-resuck, the classic poker turn of events. The 10 comes, brings both Kim and Chad the stone cold nuts. Jacob is turning open-ended. He has turned an open-ended draw to go with his jack, but he can only chop now if one of the remaining 2 case aces comes. He is drawing dead for a win. Kim calls, Chad calls. Kim bets, Chad calls. He's smooth calling with his ace queen. And Jacob here raises. Kim calls, Chad goes all in over the top, and Jacob realizes he has just put his hand in the bear trap, likely up against a very big hand like a straight, possibly a set, but I don't see how he can continue with his hand. He very well could be up against ace queen. I think he knows that. But he may think that he's drawing live here. No one likes to fold open-ended draws. He's got a pair. He's doing the math in his head. Just thinking about the structure of how this hand went down, it feels like either Chad or Kim has to have ace queen here in this sort of 3-bet, 2-call, 4-way to the flop situation. They're both in on the 10, but Jacob wants to get lucky. He's looking. He's trying to talk himself into to a possibility that he's live.
How much am I calling?
About
Chad looks extremely confident. So does Kim. They are both chatting about the weather, I think talking about their children. Neither of them look like they are sweating Jacob's presence in the pot at all. The body language here certainly seems to indicate that they both have the nuts.
Ahead of one of you.
And I think Jacob is just sort of
Might be ahead of
shell-shocked, and he eventually lets it go. But they're going to flip over their cards in 2 seconds and be unsurprised that they are chopping. There we go. We see the complete lack of surprise on both of their faces as they pull their chips back, and Clem gets to work splitting the pot. So
Same hand? How many times do we go? I have ace queen.
Jacob decides to get a little saucy there. He might have thought he was up against 2 pair or some such, might have some fold equity, but it turns out that the hand that he is representing is held by both Kim and Chad there. And that happens. Sometimes that happens. You know, he had some removal. He had a queen. It's possible. That makes it harder for either of them to have ace queen. But they
I
did.
had a queen, so
They
I
did.
didn't put
They
either
did.
of you on ace on the main straight yet. I figured I
Jacob,
thought you might have queen.
Checking
kings or
again,
something.
making sure that what he saw, that they both had the nuts on him, is true, and it is. It is. That was. It's just an unfortunate time to raise.
Did you guys have the spades?
She had one.
Move on to the next hand.
So the ace is still alive.
I heard you,
Did you have both spades?
You see Dirty with 6-9, the hand known as Dinner for 2. Calling. Steve limps with a suited queen. Adam in there with his little suited connector, 3-4. Open to flop little cards, straighty cards, flush cards.
I feel like the Niners are gonna win.
We go 3 ways to a flop. With King 4 deuce. Adam flops middle pair. That is currently the best hand.
Are they at home?
Goes check,
Yeah,
check.
this one, that's another hard building to play.
The river is a 9. We have a new leader. Dirty has turned middle pair and feels like he is likely to bet. And he does. He fires out a bet of 15. Adam, oh no, Steve raises behind. Makes it 45. What is the story Steve is saying there? That he checked a king? That he turned a set? Steve continuing with his story here, that he's got a big hand. 2 pair, perhaps. And hoping that Dirty lays this down. The thing is in this situation, if Steve does have King 9, why would he not have raised or bet the flop? Sets alarm bells off for Dirty. He makes the call. It's a good call. But the story Steve was selling was a little strange. You know, like the newest Little Mermaid. I don't know. I didn't see that. Maybe some of you all did. I just, you know, call me a classicist. I like the original animated Disney. It was a little like that. It was a strange story. A strange story. As the button hits Chad and we play another bomber. Everyone gets 4 cards. And the viewers of the hand get to play a fun mini game as we race the equities to see if we can figure out which hand is best before the computer. It's impossible. Can't be done because they update in real time. But it's a fun game we play. You know, we like to think. So you see a flop of ace, 10, ace on one board. With 2 hearts and ace 4 5, so 3 aces out on this mom pot, and whoever has the ace is going to have a lot of equity. And it looks like Chad has the lone ace in the deck here, and has flopped 2 pair on one board and trips on the other. He's going to bet, and oh, he may not take it now. Looks like Kim has flopped a set of 5s. There is no way for Chad to improve to aces full on that board, so it's going to be a chop. There's no other way around it. Chad cannot improve on that board, and they're going to split it. Chad had just too many aces. He had so many aces, he could not hit another ace. But Kim folds to the river bet because the board did flush out there. So good job by Chad. A little aggression at the end. A little bit of a scary run out for Kim. Straight got there, flush got there. Chad manages to pull in the scooper.
Snap flat. I figured that much. I had the king of spades, but no friend. No friend.
As the action continues, we are looking at hand 62 of the evening.
With those types of words, you usually
Steve is under the gun with a jack 8, throws it away.
But I already have the set and the book on the bottom, so.
yeah, you're like, let's go.
And Adam wakes up to a suited big slick, our first non-club big slick suited. I congratulate Clem. I'm glad to know that he also has that pitch. And Adam makes it 15. Gets called by Adam or by Andy for 14 with a nice suited ace. There's the suited ace of clubs. Clem didn't want to leave the suited clubs out in the cold. He wanted to make sure they were represented, so he made sure that both Andy and Adam have suited aces here. And Dirty is going to limp along with his deuce 5, hoping to flop some trash. Which you would expect from a player named Dirty. Oh, well, no, he clears out because Andy 3-bet. Very interesting. Okay. All right. Ace king. Well, that went by fast. Adam's going to take it down with 2 pair there. We didn't even see the board.
How many turns? That wasn't.
I don't think that ball even hit which 2.
Ace 6. Ooh.
Dirty 6 was probably hit the net. I think it just went straight through. He got fouled.
Ooh, look how much arc is on there. Money. Great form.
Where's the foul though? Oh,
All right. And we got the action picking up again.
On a release. Plenty of arc. Kids are getting so good these days.
A bunch of trash being folded around. Adam looks down to the jack 5. Says, "Screw you, Motown." Jack 5 is, of course, named Motown for the Jackson 5.
Yeah, you just started.
And folded around to Kim in the button.
Just turned 17?
On the button, I guess. She calls her King 4 suited. And Andy is going to raise it up on the button to King 10. Or to $10 with King 7. Carl has a pair of 6s. He's going to call, hoping to spike a set. And he does. Comes off to a flop of 6-9-4. Kim has a suited King 4. She's got a pair and a flush draw, which is a very strong hand normally against all your 1-pair type hands. Dirty flops top pair. Andy flops nothing, and Carl has middle set. Andy, of course, bets out. Carl smooth calls. Dirty is going to raise to 75 with top pair. Kim is going nowhere with her bottom pair and flush draw, and now Carl is deciding whether or not to spring the trap now or to call and see a turn. He elects to slow play. And we go to a turn of the 3 of spades, not the card that Carl wants to see because Kim has now completed the flush. Dirty also checks. That 3 completes a lot of hands, most notably flushes. And Kim says no free cards. She bets $100. And now it is up to Carl whether or not to call, which he elects to do, hoping to boat up, or what is Dirty going to do? Whether he wants to put in another 100 with his King 9 and no spades. No way to improve. Nope, Dirty lets it go. Says let you two fight it out. And now we need the board to pair if you're Carl. But it does not, and Kim has the second nut flush. The question is, how much will she decide to tax him? She made it 300. He checks. She makes it 300. Carl just folds the set face up, says, Kim, I know you have it. Look at what you did to my set. And she says, I will take the money. And I don't think she's sad at all.
Set? Yeah. That's why I raised. Find out how strong people were.
What was it, 3 times?
They both snap.
And as we continue the action, looks like we have a limper or two here. Steve and Shreyan, looks like they both limped. Adam has an 8-10 suited in middle position. Looks like he raises up to 15. Chad will call with his pocket fives. Presto, as it is known. Andy will call with his suited king 3, hoping to follow a flush, some sort of monster that's disguised, some sort of 2-pair hand. Carl is in there with his 4-9 suited. And Dirty now has a decision on whether he wants to 3-bet or call with his ace-queen suited. He elects to go all in. And everyone else folds because they didn't have a good hand. That's how that went. And Dirty will scoop the pot. $67. And as our players look down at their hands, mucking. Chad opens with the king 10 from mid-late position. Andy 3-bets with his ace-queen offsuit. Andy just lets it go. No point in fighting there. He was just being a little saucy.
Hammer A&M money line right now.
They're really tough at home. It's a tough building.
We continue the action.
A&M money line right now.
Already got a +2.
They're a great team. to
Fold it
take.
around. Carl picks up ace queen. He's gonna make a. He's gonna limp. Gonna mix it a little. See if he can get a limp re-raise off someone behind him. I think is what he's planning to do.
The lines are there.
But looks like it's just gonna be called. So we go
No way they're
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ways to the flop. Of king 10-7. Adam flops middle pair. Carl's got a gut shot and 2 overs. Dirty has top pair. He bets out 20. Adam folds. Carl's probably going to call with his gut shot, just sort of see if he can spike one off. Turns a 5. Still has no pair. Dirty still has kings. Carl likes to go ahead and make a bet. Leads at it. That's 30. Sees if he can get a cheap price for good river. But he misses again. Dirty is going to 2 pair with that 9. And it's going to go check. Dirty's probably going to bet, and Carl's going to fold. And that's exactly what happens. Dirty takes it down. Carl missed. And move on to the next pot. Sometimes you'll make a little blocker bet like that, hoping to not get raised and see a cheap river when you are drawing to something very specific and slim, like Carl was doing just there. And he would have just mucked his cards if Dirty made an extra 100 or 200, but Dirty elected to call, and he could have spiked a check there, but did not. Action goes to Kim, who's got a suited 6-8. No way she's letting that one go. As it comes around, Andy sees a suited queen. Andy's been very active with his suited trash hands. He's been raising quite a bit. He's been doing a bit of 3-betting, and he's just been splashing around, but he hasn't committed himself too much. So he's trying to flop a monster and see if he can get paid. Flop comes 9, Jack 4. Jacob flops top pair. Got the check mark, or not the check mark, but the high percentage next to his name. You can see he's the favorite out in front here. He's going to bet. Not much for anyone else to call with here. Just a bunch of runner outs. But Andy says, you know, might come a spade. Might come a queen. Might be able to take it away. Turn is a 3. Jacob's still best with his jack. He bets at 25. And Andy didn't make a queen or any pair. But he's gonna call, see a river, see what develops. See if he can't take it away with some chicanery. Option is on Jacob. Bets $100, about 2/3 the size of the pot. No, bet 75, about half pot. And Andy cannot call in this circumstance. The question that Andy is asking himself is, can he get the pot with a raise? The pot was 3-bet with before the flop, I believe. Was it pre-flop? Andy raised. No, Andy just made it 15. So what exactly is Andy saying? That he just called on the flop with a bigger hand than the jack? Why is Andy calling with queen high here? Is that correct? We see that Andy called with queen high. He must be
Yeah, that laugh. I think he might have misread his hand.
He might have misread his hand. Maybe we misread his hand. I mean, the only reason to call is if he puts him on specifically 8-10. I think Andy might have had queen jack there, possibly. Is that what's happening?
I think he thought he had queen or jack 5.
Jack. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to assume that Andy read his hand off. Is what happened.
We're gonna want to watch that.
I mean, we all know that he knows he limped with suited trash, so he probably thought he had jack 5 suited.
I think he raised with suited trash there, Dustin. He raised.
I'm sorry, it was 15 minutes in the past.
Yeah, not a problem. But I think Andy would appreciate it if you give him credit for the raise. So we're moving on to the next hand. Someone will explain to me that call with queen 5. That's the second hand I have a question on now. The other one was Shreyan's hand, but the queen 5 call, I need to know. But the action's going to fold, or the action starts with Chad, who opens to $12 with his king queen, folded around to Dirty, who looks at a little offsuit gapper, likes to make the call.
Ace 4 instead of aces.
Yeah. Ace 4 instead of 4. Yeah. Thought I had 4.
You flipped it out. Good game, man.
We are we're seeing a 3-bet from Adam here with king queen, same hand, but aggression is a powerful tool. Forces everyone to fold, and that squeeze is gonna get Adam a nice little $38.
No, I called this. What is this? Did you look?
Well, folks, this is going to be my last hand with you. I have enjoyed the commentary. Hopefully, you guys have been able to put up with the running comments, and I'm going to hand you off just after this hand to my buddy Steve. But as we see right now, Dirty is folding the 10 deuce. It looks like we've got a bunch of trash going in the muck, and all of a sudden Jacob looks down to Jack 10, raises to 15. Andy's going to see a suited ace, make the call, and they're going to go to a flop. The flop comes queen 5-3. Andy flops a gut shot. Jacob has no pair, but he's around the queen. He's going to elect to continue. That's 15 out of this flop. And Andy's going to call with his gut shot and over, hoping to hit. And sure enough, an ace comes, and now he's made top pair. Goes check, check. River's a 5. Andy's going to be best with his 2 pair, his aces up, and the queen kicker. And Jacob's probably going to wave the white flag here. That ace was not a good card for him. And sure enough, Andy bets out, and Jacob releases. But pretty standard. And That's unusual here at the Red Star because we are anything but standard. The best action, the handsomest dealers, the best people. Come join us tomorrow at our Super Bowl party. We are basically a Burnett in 183, and we would love to see you. This has been my time. I'm Nick. I'm going to hand it off to my good buddy Steve, and he's going to take you guys home.
Thank you, Nick.
They were underdogs last year, though, weren't they? Against the Eagles? I think so. Like three, like field goal. Yeah, like 2 or 3 or whatever. It might be like 1.5.
Got another guy coming in.
They were down like 10 or half. Was that the bomb pot? Yes. And then for
Whoever's up at halftime, right?
Sorry, guys, just a minute.
I'm hoping somebody is over at halftime.
That's
Like
usually,
second half.
that's usually, yeah.
We got a bomb pot coming up, and thank you very much, Nick. That was great commentating.
Whoever's down at halftime is smashing
Smash.
second half.
Yeah, exactly. It's been the play like every Super Bowl.
What's up, guys? My name's Steve. Deal here at the Red Star. A lot of people refer to me as Beef.
What happened? He's all in? Dude, that's sick. That's some gangster. You're all in,
We're
Blind?
going to have a Super Bowl party tomorrow slash Vicky's birthday. I'm sure a lot of you know her from commentating on this stream.
A lot of deuces out there.
This is where at home games someone would say, "Oh, I got the fifth deuce."
Definitely gotta do this.
Everybody rescan, please. Everybody rescan.
Doesn't seem like much for anybody here.
Yeah.
9 deuces.
Deuces are wild, guys. Y'all ready?
Hard to bet this board.
This is gonna get ugly fast.
I did check.
Jacob does have a wrap on both boards. I'm sorry, just a gutter on the top and a wrap on the bottom.
Oh yeah, the ace 4-5. I should know that. Wheel wrap on the bottom. He does pick up diamonds.
Favorite PLO hand. Such a good PLO hand.
I won't like that too. We had each other's goal.
Alright, 3 players.
That's usually what happens when you get
Fucking
a PLO.
garbage. 2 pairs of words. Fucking 4 deuces. Are you kidding? And then 2 9s.
You got pocket nines.
You're good.
Nine of hearts and 9
Kim is probably thinking her kings are good. You know, can't have a deuce. Hard to have a set with the 2 9s.
Hey,
And looks like Kim is going to scoop this. Yeah, Jacob kind of breaks out here. Yeah, it goes check, check. Yep. Yeah, kings are pretty strong on both those board configurations.
That was a decent sized pot for such a dry double board. So much cancellation. All 4 9s out. Three of the 9s. All 4 deuces.
Kings up, kings up. Missed everything. He did. Alright. Scoop, hello.
There you go.
I was just afraid. Can I get it for the next Nick?
They're starting to get warmed up. Straddles almost every hand now.
Yeah, just based on who I see playing from the outside, I haven't even watched many of the hands yet. I would definitely get in this game, and well, goes without saying, people love me in the game as well.
Get to play, guys.
Do it. One time.
For call. She called 10. Dirty with a $10 straddle, C5.
Kim with the flush draw. I'm gonna bet the clubs.
Alright, 3 players.
And Dirty in there. Maybe trying to take it away later.
That was a lot of outs, 19 outs.
And let's see. Dirty gonna take the lead here. I mean, you kind of have to with his hand. And probably since Kim was on some sort of draw. And we do, here at Red Star, we do other live streams, non-Holdem ones. We have Deuce to 7, and sometimes Big O, 5-card high-low. Those are pretty fun. Okay, we got the straddle out from Dirty. Kim calling. Kind of like to raise with the king suited, but you know, it's Kim.
Alright, 5 is live.
Can't discredit what she does. She seems to have all the chips at some point. Dirty putting in the raise to 30.
Make it 30.
Flop. Ace high flop. Dirty gonna lead.
Good call, guys.
And based on his opponents in the hand, he figured aggression would take it, which it did.
40.
Actually, I had a pair.
Maybe, I don't know. Does anybody want to go commentate? Not a very exuberant response.
Zag with the ace king,
I'll commentate from the
opening to 15.
Show me the cards and I'll commentate.
I'll tell everyone what I
Another
have.
bluff. I see six. I know.
I'm cheap tonight. I commentate for 100.
For 1,000?
You would raise.
15.
I'll do 15 hour.
You would do.
I'll do 15 hour. That's a deal.
Looks like we're 4 ways.
Take it. Take it.
Nobody wants
Seat time. That'd be nice.
Pretty good flat for Zag's hand and range, and doesn't look like anybody else has any other pieces. Quick bet and take it.
Folded 9-4 suited. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, really.
Thanks, Jack. Quarter.
Old school. 200 times. $800. Show the dudes.
I'll tell you what, folks. I know you hear this a lot on every stream, but if you do like action, you could always find an action game here at Red Star.
Especially the late night games, overnight games. We don't close if we have a game going, and those 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m. games are amazing.
Yeah, so about me, I usually work the day shift, but I will work into the night if needed. And let me tell you, I know Dustin stays till the end a lot, and he can confirm, but even from what I can see,
I know him personally.
Oh, they were playing.
lots
Well, they were
of
playing
action.
Big O too.
Lot
So
of action.
35. 35.
Nobody knows how to play that.
Pretty exciting for me in the box, too. I like seeing
Got our commentator.
the big hands as they go there. All right. Enough about me.
He's scoring right now.
Got a 3-bet Jacob with the 5-6 suited. And will elect 3 calls. We'll see a flop. Andy with the heart draw. Not heart draw. Kind of hard to see bet on a paired board, but
Actually, I was gonna say the opposite. It's easier to. That's a decent board for him actually. Opening out a position with a 6-5 suited. 2 10s out there, less likely somebody has the third 10.
we hit the pair of 5s. I didn't see that. Sorry. Yep.
But Andy has a lot of outs. Oh, he already got there.
There's one of them.
Heads up.
I used to play with Andy a lot back in the day. He's a good guy on and off the felt, guys. I like the sizing from Andy too as well. Like the good size. Jacob does correctly find the fold.
Yeah, I think Andy was really hoping that he had the third 10. Alright, we're good. Try to squeeze another hour out of this, but the games will still be going. Check us out on Poker Atlas.
Yeah, especially with this lineup, it will spill over and they'll keep playing, and I'm sure it'll even be more action as the day and night goes on.
And like you said, it's kind of like a holiday weekend with Super Bowl.
Felt like over.
Look at any prop bets there, Dustin.
Thief. 5 and 10. 5 anytime.
No, I'm just betting that Taylor Swift will win the.
No, if I had pocket, I would not have
If you know
Holdem
anything
pocket
about Kim,
5.
you know she loves her suited connectors. She will be in there. And she will be calling most raises.
10, 10, 5, turn 8.
5 to play, guys. 5 to play.
Jacob in the bit. Oh yeah, looks like DGAF strap.
Thought you did? When you look back. Classic poker face.
That's a straddle?
This is a straddle.
That's a straddle.
DGAF will continue to bet on this board, and I doubt Kim can call.
Heads up.
DGAF solid player, pretty solid player. Although me and him like to talk shit to each other. Houston Chad in the 2-seat. Always nice seeing Chad around.
What else are you supposed to do? Talk poker? That's boring.
Oh yeah, you know Andy's gonna be in. He loves those suited cards.
Terrible playing style.
Terrible playing style. Don't forget that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ten deuce gets there. Somehow he gets aces.
Alright, looks like we're heads up. Andy hitting his top pair. Both have spades. No spade on the board though.
It's just so much easier when you can see how
This is for the 8 people at home watching right now. This is for
Heads
y'all.
up.
Bet a 15 call 6. And looks like he's just gonna go check on the river. Andy will be happy his jack held up.
Check.
Yep, and he's even pointed to the lights. He got one.
Check.
I check.
So that one's for you guys.
What's that? Jack? Jack is good.
You got a long way to
For
go,
you
Andy.
people. Mom, if you're watching. How did you figure out YouTube?
Why couldn't you pick up flush with that hand?
And for all those wondering,
Oh,
waiting,
okay.
Really good.
when we have a small break in the action, I'll give you my best prop play for you prop bettors tomorrow.
Suited jack. Oh, it's suited.
She's just here for the
Might make a flush and just like jack.
Literally, my whole family drove to Dallas to watch this.
Yeah.
Andy with the ace-8 suited
I'm
here.
like, oh, do they have to shoot?
That was where we decided that was the only place
Just
that was
call
big
it.
enough.
30 raises to 10, 6-7.
in the Cowboy State or what? On the big
Seems
screen,
like 10 to
baby.
15 standard open.
Right now, my fours
Four
are
players. Andy's probably holding his containment in on this flop.
They have it.
I like tens.
They have it all in like game one right now.
yeah. Oh, exactly.
Be dirty,
Yeah.
and Andy heads up on the turn.
I'll walk in there and be like,
Probably.
just throw shit at me. You suck.
Or like, way to go.
Or like,
There it is. Andy hits his flush, and I don't see him getting paid much, if any. Maybe one more street. Dirty repping what Andy has.
How much you got?
Double checking. Yep, you got the ace high flush, Andy.
Make sure when I stack you, we're about even. You don't have enough.
dang, you're a musician.
Hey, what is that?
It's that verbal.
What are those
Andy
500?
pretty much saying, I have it.
They both hit the table. I don't know.
No, put them both up. I can.
Raise.
How much?
Now.
I can't.
Got a straight flush, dude.
Do I need one?
Couple of, decent ones for Andy. He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
Fucking river cost
3
me
hours.
like
He was
that.
like excited.
Poor kid over there.
I feel bad.
14. What? I have 14.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You do right now.
he's winning money, but that's not it.
Oh, you predict the future?
One pot, guys.
Oh, you like.
Well, it will change.
Ace is the first king. No, I'll never go. I'm never gonna go all in with you.
Looks like we are going to a bomb pot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's not doing bad.
Let him. You can know that information. I'm not gonna call you.
What if you have this?
Don't you call E with nines on ace king 766? Who? E.
Yeah.
He's like, how the fuck did he call me? Bet off 3 streets. I was like, well, he's
I didn't know what to do. I know. That's what I figured.
Usually in those spots where I know I'm probably not anymore, I just
Yeah, I might as well. Just in case the guy like misreads his hand.
This is a more normal pot, not a lot of nines and deuces. We could see Kim has flopped the nut flush.
We got a 4 of spades, an ace of spades, and a 10 of spades. Check, 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 check.
Dirty, not much going on the top, but he does have some draws on the bottom.
Everybody rescan.
Everybody pass one card.
And Zag flopping a set and a smaller flush.
Oh, 45.
If I were to guess, well, Chad flopped a flush too, but not much going on the bottom.
It's a mystery hand.
Probably be Zag and Kin when it's all said and done. But I could see Dirty in there with his 9-7. Kim staying pure and checking it. Nobody with an 8. So Zag has the bottom board locked up, as we can see.
Check. Check.
Although deuce is full, multi-way. Not always good, but if you're Zag and it's only heads up now, you figure it's hard to lose both with your hand right now. You get bottom boat and a flush. I mean,
630, really. Pretty good.
Yeah, if that 8 on the bottom wasn't a spade, he could be a little bit more worried.
and he does correctly make the call. And they will chop it. D-Rex says, let's go dirty.
8 tens. Did. When did you fold? On the flop. One of my outs is on the other board, so it's like now I'm really only drawing to an 8.
Yeah, when you don't have enough for both sides. It's really
Yeah, and I had none. Yeah, I had
such
a pair of
stupid
10s.
game. Like, why do we do it?
I was like, it is an option.
Got the live 5 on.
Play it, you know, but
So is
it
there.
feels so good.
Like 3 minutes.
There's nothing like that feeling when you flop stone, and people are just betting.
It's just so rare.
It is.
Zag raising to 20 with ace king. Aces for Shri. Oh no, sorry, 6-4 offsuit. It's the Red Star nuts. You give that 6-4 to DGAF, and he will be 3-betting that. Sure. Ten 6-3, 2 diamonds. Jacob with the diamond draw.
4 players.
Zag may continue on this board, which he does.
I'm gonna eat all the food, and hit all the squares.
I might come out.
Jacob double checking he's got 2 diamonds.
40's a bet. 6. Call. Fold.
Dirty hitting that black 7, which he desperately needed. Has some showdown value now, and with 2 checks, I think Jacob may take a stab with his combo draw.
Check.
But no, he elects to check, and Dirty finds the other black 7.
Check.
But his all-in cannot get a call from anyone.
Check.
You ever gamble out on the golf course?
All the cheddar.
Free double A poker, I guess, right?
I forgot we were on
that.
I forgot we were on the internet.
I mean, like,
I don't think I've had a pair today. I've had ace king, that's about the seventh time I've had ace king. Diamonds? No, it's ace king. I did have the ace of diamonds, which is why.
I figured there was no chance we were both on a diamond draw.
I was on a golf draw.
like a month.
Andy with the 5 straddle going on.
And a straight draw. Less likely than other people are.
$5 live throttle.
Jacob in the 8s. With 8 in his stack.
It's a lot harder too.
And it is Lunar New Year.
Put it out there. I was going to take it back. You can take it back. What? I mean, what?
I made change.
Oh, you did that. I thought you
Yeah,
did
queen high would have been tough because I'm losing the king. Because then I can put you on ace king.
that. I thought you did that. I was like, are you calling blind? I don't understand. All right, 15.
King high, all diamond flop. Little bit of everybody for everybody. Dirty with the ace of diamonds. Was probably hoping to check raise and got checked through.
Check. 4 players.
DGAF might take a stab with his jack. Dirty bets 30.
I like these cards because I can actually
This
see
will probably work.
That's that
Which
unlucky
it
hat. That's what it is.
does.
Go ahead.
I don't see the targeted anymore.
Hey, Zag, put that joker back away. Save it for the big pots.
I like it.
Zag has a wide collection of hats, and every weekend he comes here, seems to bring a different hat. We love Zag's hats.
I mean, I trust you. It's a little weird. This is an ace from here.
The ace is playing. That's a little weird. That's the same color we're playing with.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it's me cut the joke.
Okay, Joker's.
5 of a
Jokers
kind.
are right.
Once again, guys, we are having a Super Bowl party,
Royal flush.
or the big game, as they call it, here at Red Star tomorrow. Lots of food, drinks, and good action. So come on down.
Natural.
Not very often, but.
Remarkable how often
30 making it 30 from his straddle. Kim, if she has 2 suited cards, she will see a flop.
1-1 top twice and lost it on the last one.
30.
It's me and you.
Oh shit. 25.
And it's hard to bluff Kim off the top pair.
I was just saying.
She loves her top pairs, but you know what? So do I, and that's why they love me in this game.
Full house or higher.
Although Kim plays pretty passive, but you know what? That's her style.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is quad or higher.
Seems to work for her. Does not work for me. I'm way too aggressive.
Red.
And I think Dirty knows that Kim can fold.
I think Kim's passive style works for her too because she is a female, so a lot of the pool is there are males and they will try to run over females more often. So then she can just
Man, look at
check
this.
call often.
She cannot get away from the top pair and correctly makes the call.
Ace high.
That's why she's a boss.
But I think 5 of a kind maybe as well. I think a Royal's still the best. 5 of a kind maybe. Well, especially in
And
that
boy, if you like those sweepstakes machines, like we all do, we have a whole room full, actually 2 rooms full, here at Red Star Social. It's actually called the Game Room at Red Star Social.
Yeah, that must have been. Was there?
It seems like it would be that long. I guess you have to get pocket deuces.
Zag raising it up here with the King 3 of Hearts. Hey, nothing I wouldn't do. And Kim has 2 more suited cards, so you know she's in. Andy, surprised she didn't put in the 3-bet with that Jack 10. He loves doing that, as do I. 4 ways to the flop. Ace high.
Full house, short stack. Right. But he lost. But he had
Not much for anybody. I think aggression. Maybe check in, check in.
What?
Kid might think her 5's good.
No, I almost found it.
I think she'll get some resistance from Andy. No. I haven't seen him do that in a while. Good job, Kim. Put in the pressure.
Table change. You gotta tell the floor, not me. I don't work here.
Oh.
Got a big hand?
What do you grip? No, I didn't. He said he wanted to see it change, and he told me it was. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Because they go
Queen Jack?
the other.
Queen Jack?
Yeah, I had a great hand.
Strange.
Shrian opened it up with King Queen suited.
He sends me a text. He's like, I'm at one of your locations. Can I take it?
Another 2 suited cards for Kim. You know she's in there.
And I'm like,
Chad has the 9-10 of diamonds.
he said, I already did. I just thought I'd ask after.
And we're 4 ways.
Yeah. He went to the bathroom and took a nap. No, he would never take a nap. Front part.
And look at this. Kim flopping trips.
Because I used
Unfortunately, not much. Might get a call to Zag with his spade draw.
so it was just a table thing.
Him checking it.
4
She
players.
normally does.
Everybody likes to take a nap on that couch, but I don't
Now she, wow, good check. She's got 2 players hitting top pair now.
be like streaming and stuff. And so then when I took it over, I took the couch out of there. And I put it in here.
I think she's just gonna call.
So he still puts it like,
Did you just
you just go in there.
take a nap?
Yeah, I don't care if he takes a nap in there. And he took a nap in there with Elsa. He said, I'll push
There was a
it.
guy sleeping on this bench on the outside for like an hour or 2. Yeah.
If Kim can bet maybe about 50 to 60 here, she might get a call. Although Zag is doing the betting for her.
Bunch of Q-tips.
And she does, bet 60.
What the hell is that?
There's a bunch of Q-tips on the ground today when I walked.
I wouldn't put it past Kim to just put in a call here.
That, well, that's what Vicky said. She was
Nope.
like, she was
She
sweeping.
finally pulls the trigger, raises it.
30 Q?
Am I confused?
I don't know. I didn't see him myself. But I get the sense that they were based on her bitching about it. She's like,
And with Zag having 2 spades, it's hard for Kim to bet a missed spade draw. If you know anything about Kim, and Zag does, he knows she could just call, raise with the 8.
Good dinner? Look good. What do you have? What do you get?
Little small raise, but it might work. I think I would have gone 200, but he does. Makes the call. And Kim dragging another one in.
Got them on sale.
Hey Jack, you gotta pay to get that airtime. Yeah.
How big was your fan? That's what I'm saying. It's like she's so thick. Like,
She got too quiet. She was talking.
like, shut the fuck up, Jack. I'm trying to-
All right, moving on.
I was closing the action. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's more reasonable. Yeah. I was already in for 2, so I only had to call 10 more to get 50. Yeah. 40 something. But I like it cold. Well, I didn't like it. Did you add that on? Another 5.
She loved herself.
This is probably the 4th or 5th hand where Kim has suited cards, so she knows she's seeing a flop. DGAF opening to 15. That's his standard open size.
When we looked at it,
And this is Red Star in a nutshell. 15 6 ways.
You did the same thing as me. I think it was only 15. Yeah.
King high flop, not much going on for anybody. I'm sure DGAF will continue, and he will.
Reports to you what's going on?
He does have a gut shot and two backdoor flush draw. Dirty with the wheel draw. He'll stick in, and the two most common sense hands are sticking around. And just like DGAF does, just turns it. Did that to me the other day.
Alright, heads up.
And he gives Dirty a pair, too. You might think,
That's how you play 7 deuce suitor. Oh, you saw that? You bet 5 and then you bet like 15 and then 40.
I told you he's over there watching us.
Jacob called, he won a $91 pot. No, 130. Yeah, you. Borders, king 8, 8,
and a
5.
snapper-rooney from Adam, and that is bad news for Dirty.
I saw it followed. I don't know if you knew the Nick game was being played.
We didn't play it. Because I had to know too.
There was one hand where like you could have
Yeah. He should
bet
have just
anything
bet.
in the river or on the flop.
How do you do it, man?
And it looks like, I don't know. Yeah, looks like Dirty has left. Always good to see him play. Great player, great tournament player. Always good to see Dirty on the stream.
More excited about.
Oh, looks like he is coming.
Yeah, Dirty is pretty good at tournaments.
Like I have been experimenting with different 3-bet sizes. She just told everything.
Yeah. And then, but then he went over there.
Like there was one where I like
Kim finally with some offsuit cards.
$10
She'll chuck him.
like bet 10, call, and then I bet 50, and she like snapped me off. It was like 8.
Andy opening to 15 with the 6-3. He must have learned that from me.
He's coming back.
And DGAF defending.
Is Petunia on that list? Is that your card?
Heads up. Ace 9-9.
Is he on the list? Is
It's not that hard.
no.
I think Andy will just.
3 hours. I suggest people do it here to learn about it. It
Oh,
does
wait, check,
this
check.
way. Even if you read all 3 more times, you know.
Check, flop, and check. Turn.
When they come out, a lot of our players, a lot of these players,
And DGAF takes that one down with the river bet.
you know, they come over and they play our machines and we do the contender.
Surprised Andy paired his 3 on the river and just folded.
Several $100, and then when they get tired of it, we'll top 5 ways. It's fun.
Spending $50 to go out and
You were dealer last time, right? For the month pot?
If you wear your jersey on any Sunday during Red Star, come in, wear it doesn't have to be a football jersey. You can wear any sports jersey, any team. We will credit you 1 hour. So come on down on Sundays if you want that free hour. Just gotta bring your jersey. I keep some jerseys in my car on Sundays for anybody. I just,
So tired of when the TV's on.
hey, $10,
So it's one of those,
wear my jersey.
it's like $2,300, right?
All right.
And I'm like, let's see. I put it out. I didn't.
Chad raising it up to 12 with the King 8.
Just wanted to see if anybody would even notice it. Oh my god. How do we-
Andy in there with 6-7.
I didn't realize people can make
Shreyan 3 betting on the button with his 7 deuce.
For every $20 you spend, you get a ticket.
And
So it
with
made-
these specific players
But I was like,
and that specific raise size, everybody should and would be calling. Jack deuce 5. Kim with the rare lead. That's 20.
I have players who gamble their ticket anyway.
Might get Shreyan to stick around. He did pair his deuce. Oh, Andy raising it to 100. That's called the beef play. You got nothing. Might as well just try and raise it. But against Kim, after she leads out, not sure. We are heads up.
Yeah, Kim's not really one to be bluffed.
And now, Andy
I just want that Honda
feels like he
generator.
should continue. He did pick up some clean outs. But Kim plus top pair equals hard to fold, especially for just 150.
There's so much richer than me. I only got 150.
Looks like he might get this one through.
Dustin saw it on Kim's face. She does. Andy gets it through. Good play, Andy.
He just knew he was going to pick up that open ender on that turn. He's like, oh, back door straight coming in.
Just a jack.
Alright, bomb pot, guys.
I think Kim was distracted by something. She usually does not do
Oh
that.
my god.
But you don't play
You got a
against me.
set?
If I had a set, I would.
Okay, I was gonna say.
I had two pair, but I didn't have a set, and I was like. a set
Welcome
of
back,
eight.
Dirty. He is
You don't
back.
actually play.
Seven.
I'll find out.
I'm trying to open it.
And I know at some other places they put a cap on the bomb pots. Here, it is you risk it for the biscuit, baby. Pot limit. Every chip is in play.
Oh, I haven't looked yet.
Let's see who has what here.
Well, I guess I can.
Top two for D-Gath. Anybody got the 5? Yep, Dirty's got the 5. And looks like they checked it all around. D-Gath picks up the club draw on the bottom, as well as his ace-queen. And he does lead out for 25. Get some callers. Kim with the 6.
5 players. There the board.
Kim 6-3 of hearts would be good if they went to showdown, and she bets it. Oh, she also has a set of 3s. Did not see that. Kim with the set of 3s and the flush up top. Dirty found the 5 but could not pair it. Couldn't make the boat, but he did river a tiny flush. Jacob rivered a set. And it looks like Kim and Jacob will chop this one up. Yeah, I could see Kim leading out there with a set and a flush. There wasn't much action going to the river.
Fold, showdown.
I have a 5, I have another one, 4 high flush.
He's got a set of cards. Take your money back. Take your money back.
Yeah, you bet the flops. Because I had trip 5 and one of them.
Shoutouts to Clem, our dealer. Very professional. Very good.
My river had 4 deuces.
Hey, maybe one of these times you'll see me in the box during a live stream. You never know. But usually I'm already working those days. But, you know. All right, dirty opening to 15. Ace queen. Kim flopping a pair.
Heads up.
Continuing with the 6. I could see Dirty sticking around on the flop with his ace of clubs, but maybe she figures. Kim probably a little comfortable, more comfortable now with that 8 pairing. And she does try and squeeze a little bit of value on the river. And the Dirty call? Did. I couldn't have played that hand any better, Kim. If that were me, I do not make that extra 35 on the river.
So embarrassing. She was sure she had 6 8. You know, I didn't look at my cards at all.
There you go.
And yeah, well, that's why I was looking at. So I was like,
Start playing blind.
I'm not blind. I thought I had 6 8 after, and then I didn't look anymore.
Dirty king 4 of hearts.
Exactly, so you can
He
remember your 2
probably will
cards.
open this one up. Nope, just call. Oh, just calls the 5. Must be a straddle somewhere.
Yeah. Hopefully someone clicks.
Zad raising it. Queen 10. That's one of my favorite hands, Queen 10. Chad found a pair of 6s. We'll see a flop. And Chad flopping the bottom set. And Zag top pair. So let's get a little spicy for now, and then I'm sure Zag will navigate and slow down at some point. Chad with the check raise. Good to put in the money now if you're Chad, because you can get a lot of calls from combo draws and top pair plus combo draws. Chad betting 225 on the 4,
He plays cash.
and he knows his opponent. He knows Zag is a little sticky.
He'll figure it out. Bet 225.
And Chad could do something like this with his, if he had 10-9, 10-8. But Zag correctly folds. And Chad does show him the set.
The stone. 2 of them.
It's like 3 pairs.
Set him again.
Yeah, put that hat on, Andy. Seems like he needs some gel in his hair. All right, Andy with the straddle.
No, sorry. 5-5. 5 is live.
You have an overpair, make a
And
good fold.
Degath picking up the queens.
Something like that.
Jacob opened to 15.
Raise
Benjamin. Well, Benjamin. Jacob out of position. Might want to see a flop, and he does. And Jacob gets a piece of this with the 7. That's good for DGAF. He might get a call. Goes check, check.
Cedar Park, right? I think you said that one.
Yeah, and then we're on the 29.
Jacob might think he has some value now.
Are they all like
Profitable.
But it is DGAF.
quality? I asked because there's a place where I stuck at a red light. I look over and they have it says sweepstakes, but it's like
Bet 50 and a call.
Most of them are shady. Most of them have you can smoke and drink in.
And I'm thinking DGAF would bet if check to him.
that wasn't your
The one that, yeah, the one that they showed me. No, but right in the street.
I think DGAF's going to go larger.
You know, like they, you have to
125.
Yeah, same idea. But every once in a while, the wrong person finds out. You know, and they
And with that flop check by DGAF, kind of confused Jacob a little bit. You 3-bet pre and check back on a 9-high flop.
absolutely. They know nobody will do anything. Me, I have customers.
I've avoided it. Have you ever been?
He's definitely confused about that check.
Like 2 hours.
I think DGAF could get paid.
The Yellow House. Yeah, off of yeah, I know. 35. Got shot like through the door.
Yeah, they locked the door. They unloaded through the door.
You know, they shot through the door.
You know, if you're Jacob, you're thinking, what's he betting?
Locked it. Yeah, they were trying to rob the place.
Most likely checks his 9, and
Turns
he raises.
into a bluff.
People were hiding in the attic.
Turns the 7 into a bluff.
Respectable.
No,
Something I could not do.
it was like 10 shots. Yeah, I had played there.
But I think DGAF's gonna sniff this out.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
got too strong of a hand here. I mean, I really like this. I really like this check raise bluff.
Give Jacob some heart. He had it in him. Unfortunately, DGAF had a very strong hand. That's why he's the best.
I had the straight.
You ever been somewhere that got robbed? When they got robbed or while I was there?
Been there a couple times. Raul's game.
Yeah. That was a long time ago.
I had left Vinny's game. Literally, they said
Moving
I was
on,
there.
Dirty Knot Stradlin
Hit like not even 10 minutes.
Raided by the cops.
calls the 2.
I wasn't by the cops. Of course, legal.
That's been like robbed.
Yeah, that was Raul's game. They robbed. It was robbers. I literally, I seen the dudes get out down the street. I'm like, that's weird, 'cause it was a pretty nice neighborhood. And
Should have played.
not even 5 seconds later, they kicked the door. in.
Andy on his option.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really? I don't know.
He's
Just
the
checked.
best story.
He's got a story about someone trying to cheat, right? Oh, yeah.
3 players to this flop. Queen 4 deuce. Not much going on.
These are all twos.
Limped pot. This is gonna go very quick. Jacob's 8 will play. GG. Next hand.
tie the player. Two to win.
They say.
He plays, baby.
Barely.
You just walked up to their car with it. Oh my god. I don't doubt it.
Well, there was straddling going on earlier, but looks like they have slowed down a bit on that. And frustrated Zag exposing the 5. Oh, give DGAF the 6-4. He had the 6-5.
Okay.
And it's not uncommon when you see DGAF with the 6-4 offsuit. He'll put in those 4 and 5 bets with it.
It's turned down.
Andy 3-betting with the 9s. And Chad Cohn to the 4s. Flop ace, ace, king. Andy checks. I think Chad can figure. Yep. Yeah, we know you played that bad.
Oh, it's not down though. They could be playing 25 cents or any other
That's kind of something like that. I thought it was 8.
Can we cut that in editing?
And don't be fooled, guys. This game will continue off stream. It is likely to get action. Come on down if you want good action games.
We are BYOB with Pluckers and Bon Air right next door.
DGAF opening 15 with the 7s. Chad with another pair of 5s. He's in there.
2 to play.
Dirty and Shrian also in there.
Raise 15.
Andy, yeah, Andy, King 5. Jack 8-7. Oh, DGAF flops set with the last 7 in the deck. Leads out. It is a pretty wet board. And as expected, Queen Jack with the call.
Check, check. Bet, 25.
Shrian with the backdoor diamonds as well. Does hit the 10 of diamonds for some more outs. Might slow things down here for DGAF, which it does. But in DGAF fashion, he does boat up. Gonna get some value here. Pretty sure he'll get called as well. Goes pretty much pot. Hoping Shrian has something like 10x, but or a flush, but I'm sorry, it looks like DGAF
7's full.
got paid. He did. He made the call.
And that's so small. Like, man, they got jacks.
Were you thinking about folding or putting in a bet re-race?
And anyone looking to come and play tomorrow, don't forget to bring that jersey and get that free hour of time.
I wanted.
All right.
I actually felt that you would take
Jacob
that out trying to.
folding Jack 8. Again.
It was just too small.
For that. That's jam.
Chad
You got a
folding
jam?
7.
Still, it's a hard spot, but I still think you can.
No, I'm gonna 6 1. I don't know if I can.
Dirty 3-bet to 30. Andy calling. Pair for Andy, but decent flop for Dirty as well. And going to be hard for Andy to fold with this 10. Does go check, check, and Dirty does make the straight. Andy repping it, and Dirty going to pick this one up.
I wish I would have went bigger on A&M.
Small win, but a win.
I only put 100. I put 100. 100 on them, 100 Colorado, and parlayed them for 50. I got a lot on Colorado. I got like 400 on that. Alright, I hope you win.
Shout outs to Dustin, doing all the work behind the scenes to entertain y'all with the live stream.
Thank you. It hasn't been easy. Trying to get it better, running into a bunch of bumps in the road. But trying to get it smooth and putting this action out there so you guys can see.
Yeah, there was some ferocious rain earlier. Not sure if that did anything, but Kim with 2 suited cards, ace 10 suited.
Zag with premium ace king on the button. 3 bets to 55.
And Shrian with the ace queen.
Again with the ace queen versus ace king. This is a common setup here. Shrayan thinking about 4-betting. Find out where he's at right now. And he's not going to like the news.
Zag is already frustrated, as you saw earlier, and he ain't going to go anywhere. And Kim might call. She does. Nope. If I know Zag, and I know Zag, he is
all in.
All in. Yep.
Shrayan quickly finds out that he was behind from the beginning and probably saved himself a bunch of money in case ace high flop came out. Kim is Hollywooding here. I don't think she calls.
Yeah, she's not going to call. She's probably thinking, why did I even call that in the first place? But Kim, you got 2 suited cards. You love to see those flops. And she makes the call. Ooh. This is why we love Kim. And I don't think anybody else folded a 10. Not that, but got 3 10s in the deck.
Yeah, she's actually in a good spot for being in a dominated spot. Usually it's 25-75. She's 32.
She can always count on the, two pair on the board. Ace kicker plays. All right, here we go. Looks like they're just going to run it one time.
No, they're running it twice here.
Oh, twice. Sorry.
I had an ace as well.
Yeah, I wish the graphics stated that.
So you're way ahead.
I had the ace.
First one is Zag. He could breathe a sigh of relief.
Ace good kicker holds.
Oh,
nice flop, Kim.
Some outs for Kim. And chop it up. It's the 10 just for fun. Oh, yeah, the king. Zag probably a little bit more frustrated after the hand now than he was before. Why did I run it? Me and Andy actually did that earlier. Andy frustratedly went all in with ace queen when I had the ace king. And we always run it once, but this time I let him run it twice. And he did hit that queen on the second run out. We did chop it. But, you know, it's Andy.
Phil Luck. We're going to run it 4 times, but only the first 3 count.
Yeah, right. Face down, it doesn't count.
No, Luck said
Third order. Would y'all do that here?
Looks like this is another bomb pot.
she was in 3rd place.
Once your heads up, you can kind of do it.
As long as it doesn't take too long.
I didn't want to see it.
Super close.
Would y'all allow people to mess with their money back?
As long as you can push somebody out.
Yeah, you have to wait till your heads up.
Yeah, as long as you can push somebody out.
We didn't do that, right?
On that street. On that street.
Did you have us beat?
Takes a minute to get all the cards read.
Yeah, that top board, there's no sensor for it, so I actually have to input it, so that's why it takes a little delay.
Jacob flopping 9 high straight, although
No, it's a great.
only has 1 diamond. Kim also with the 9-7. There are 3s to go with it.
I believe that's actually why a lot of streams don't do bomb pots, because they don't have that top sensor, even though you can just input the cards.
Chad's got a little bit of something everywhere. Pair plus the nut diamond draw.
She's allergic.
Yeah, nut flush draws are very powerful on bomb pots.
Come all the way here.
Oh, Jacob flops the straight with open ender on the bottom.
Yeah, that's a spot I would have liked to see Jacob really press it.
It does go diamond, diamond. So
Yeah,
Jacob does have a king high straight.
He was probably hoping that no
That no
nasty
diamond.
card came up top, and it did.
Yep. Chad makes the nut flush.
He did make his queen 9 his straight on the bottom, though. So it's going to be hard to get away straight, but he's probably going to chop it most likely. But Chad does have another draw to another diamond or a queen for
Chad
Broadway.
with the true free roll. Yeah. None of the other players can make a boat up top.
And Jacob presses it with his straight. He figures one of these have to be good. And for right now it is.
And Jacob's got to fade a queen or diamond. And Kim is out of there. Yeah, Kim's out.
Ace 4 diamonds.
Yep.
Ace queen.
Looks like they'll chop this up.
Queens.
And a diamond did come on the top board. But
No diamond, no diamond.
Here we go. Diamonds on. Put it up top. That's it.
Yeah, I flopped the straight, but even if I potted on the flop, I don't think he's gonna fold. So
Don't think of repot her shit. Probably not.
yeah. No, so I figured one of you had the nut flush and you're not.
yeah, whenever you have a chance to win both, the adrenaline, at least me, kicks in and those
That always happens with Bob.
big pots.
I'm not. No, yeah. Because that's the way it's done.
See if Kim gets 2 suited cards. Nope. Chad with 2 suited ones though. A6. Benjamin, well,
Finally finds a nice hand to play.
wouldn't be surprised if he, oh no. He does make the 3 bet. Forgot he was even here. Sorry, Ben. Dirty in there. I think Chad will just call. See a flop. Yeah.
I Everybody has some suited premiums. Yeah, Andy, get that phone out of here.
If anyone's paying attention, they should know this is Ben's pretty much first hand.
What a flop for Dirty.
Yep, Dirty flopping top 2. Ben might stick around.
Dirty's not going to slow play. This is a very wet board. There's hearts out there, open-ender.
Which his opponents can easily have.
Doesn't want to give ace-5 a free look to aces up or trip 5s if it was out there. Ben said, well, I finally got a hand. I'm not going away so easy. A little ambitious here. I think it does have to do with him being a little bit card dead.
Well, that'll slow them down maybe. Although Ben could rep.
Yeah, Ben could use that as a bluff card, but not now. Not once Dirty shoves there.
Dirty kind of ruined Ben's plans here.
I mean, Dirty's stack size was pretty small to pot. That probably would have never happened anyways. But I have seen Ben rip some bluffs when he just knows that he's not good, and instead of just giving up, he'll try to take the pot down. Alright, I believe we got 1 or 2 more hands left. Come on out. Any day of the week, we have a game going. Usually starts by noon, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., pretty solid game. Games get really deep by 8 p.m., go until 4 a.m., 6 a.m. sometimes.
Yeah, so if you are here in the building before 12:05 p.m., you will get comped up to 2 hours. You play 2 hours, those 2 hours become free.
Sag 3-betting with 86 suited to 45. He's going to get a couple suited hands to call, go 4 ways to his flop.
Kim in there, her favorite, suited.
His spades are very live, so are Kim's clubs. Flops a gut shot backdoor spade draw. I believe he's going to continue here. And Andy with top pair might continue.
Oh, Andy's in there. Andy's going to call. All right, as expected, heads up.
Zag picks up a couple outs by making a pair with his gut shot. Andy leads into him this time.
Yeah, Andy might figure his ace is good.
The sizing is pretty weak, though. 75 into a pot of, I believe it might be 475 because it might be counting that 75 in it. Or, sorry, 375.
Zag noticing what you're saying.
Yeah, I think he's sensing weakness with that stab, the sizing, and just says, hey, I was telling a story. You interrupted me. I still have it.
This
Get out of my pot.
Might work.
.325 is nice sizing, too. That's another 250 for him to call. Giving Andy exactly 3-1 on his call. Even with a flush draw, he wouldn't be getting the right price to call here unless he was going to get paid on the river. So, yeah, I really like Zag sizing here. I believe this might be our last hand. We did go out on a nice play here. And he believes the story.
Laying it down.
Nice play, Zach. All right, guys. Thank you very much for coming out and joining us. We will have another live stream hopefully next week. probably No Limit. Maybe get a Deuce 7 stream or Big O. Thank you very much, Beef, for coming out and commentating after Nick had to take off. And
yeah, appreciate y'all listening. This is Beef.
I'm Dustin. I'm running it, trying. And see you all tomorrow at the Super Bowl.
And stay safe out there.
Good night.